Hello, 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 hello. Students, please maintain silence. We'll start shortly. And please keep your mobile in the silent mode till the function is over. Hello. Students, please settle down. Please keep your mobile in the silent mode till the function is over.
Hello. Hello.
Cholivo, seta.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Students, please settle down. Thank you. In the age of AI, national security is no longer defined by weapons, but by algorithms. In the age of AI, national security is no longer defined by weapons, but by algorithms. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Namita Mohanty from the Department of English, hosting this inaugural ceremony of the National Conclave on AI/ML applications in India's defense and developmental sectors, organized by AI/ML Focus Group under the aegis of Trident Academy of Technology. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this national conclave organized at our institution. At a time when artificial intelligence and machine learning are transforming the way nations secure, govern, and develop, this conclave serves as a vital platform for meaningful dialogue and forward-thinking ideas. Respected Principal, Trident Academy of Technology, deans of various schools, department heads, professors, dear colleagues, and my dear students, distinguished speakers for today, and participants, most important, Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Professor Ashwin Kumar Nanda, Director, AHRC and Professor CECS IIT Bhubaneswar, and Guest of Honor, Dr. Narayan Panigrahi, Outstanding Scientist and Scientist H, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, DRDO Bangalore, and each one of you present here in this hall, I welcome a grand welcome to the inauguration of the conclave. To proceed with the function, I would like to invite the dignitaries on dais. Students, please escort. First of all, I invite our chief guest for today's function, Professor Ashwin Kumar Nanda, Director AHRC and Professor, to please come up on dais. Students, please escort. Thank you, sir. Now I invite guest of honor, Dr. Narayan Panigrahi, Outstanding Scientist and Scientist H, Associate Director, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, DRDO, to please come up on this. Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Dr. Debanarayan Patnaik, Principal, Trident Academy of Technology, to please come up on this. I invite Professor Abhay Kumar Samal, Dean, School of Computing, and the convener of this event, to please come up on this. Thank you, dignitaries. A big round of applause once again for our dignitaries on dais. I would now request the students to present bouquet on to our guests on dais and welcome them. Today, we will explore a wide range of AI and ML applications, from strengthening India's defense capabilities to driving AI-enabled developmental initiatives that contribute to a Viksit Bharat. Experts from premier academic institutions, industry, and the defense sector will share their insights and present a futuristic vision of how emerging and disruptive technologies can shape our nation's progress. Well, the lighting of the lamp symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and new beginnings. So every auspicious occasion commences with the lighting of the sacred lamp. I would now invite our esteemed chief guest today and other dignitaries on dais to kindly come forward to light the sacred lamp and mark the beginning of this session. Dignitaries, please.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
Thank you, dignitaries. I just want to inform that complementing this conclave is the Micro IDE Bootcamp, designed to inspire the young minds through hands-on exposure to no-code or low-code model development, the use of generative AI tools, and an interactive quiz to test conceptual and real-world understanding after the panel discussions. We have on dais Professor Dr. Debanarayan Patnaik, Principal, Trident Academy of Technology. He exemplifies calmness, composure, and grace, handling every situation with rare equanimity. It's my pleasure to invite him to address the gathering, to give the welcome address. Sir, please.
Thank you, madam. A very good morning to everyone present over here. Esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Ashin Kumar Nanda, Honorable Guest of Honor, Dr. Narayan Panigrai, respected Dean School of Computing and convener of this conclave, Dr. Abhay Kumar Samal, distinguished guest of the dais, respected other deans, HODs, faculty staff members, and my dear students. On behalf of Trident Academy of Technology, it is my immense pleasure to welcome you all to this National Conclave on AI ML applications in India's defense and development sectors, organized by AI ML Focus Group, School of Computing, in association with IEEE, ACM, IIC, and Thinkubator. We are living in a transformative era where artificial intelligence and machine learning are redefining the boundaries of national growth, security, and innovation. This platform brings together industry pioneers, leaders, and young minds as a confluence of ideas, experience, and vision to explore how intelligent technologies can strengthen India's vision and defense sector while driving progress across key developmental sectors. Aligned with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the conclave emphasizes indigenous innovation, technological self-reliance, and home growth solutions as pillars of national strength. The discussions spanning defense, healthcare, energy, and climate resilience clearly demonstrate how AI/ML can serve as force multipliers in building a resilient, secure, and self-sustaining India. The key outcomes we envision from this conclave are threefold. First, the generation of actionable insights that can help in the formulation of research directions, technological deployment, and policy frameworks. Second, the strengthening of collaborative networks among institutions, researchers, industry leaders, and government bodies. And the third, the inspiration of our students and young scholars to pursue excellence with a purpose, recognizing their role as future contributors to a Vikasit Bharat. Above all, the conclave stands as a reminder that technology attains true significance only when it is guided by ethics, inclusivity, and national interest. I am confident that the deliberation today will not only enrich our understanding but also plant the seeds for future innovation, collaboration, and impact, contributing significantly to India's journey towards technological leadership and sustainable development. With these words, I come again welcome to all to this conclave and wish the conclave every success. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm welcome address and detailing the possible impacts of this conclave. Dear audience, we are extremely happy to have with us as our guest of honor, Dr. Narayan Panigrahi, scientist, H, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, DRDO, Bangalore. Sir is an outstanding... Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Good morning, everybody. With my respect to the dais, I feel that let us not spend much time in introducing. My name is Narayan Panigrahi. I do some frugal research. Okay, when earlier, in my formation days, when I'll ask some money to my father, how much I'll ask? I'll ask some 3 rupees. He'll give me 25 paisa. Big money for me. Big money for me, okay? Now, I ask the same thing from Government of India. I go justify region 100 crores. They say, no, we'll give you 72 crores, 30 lakhs, 40,000. And you know how much I save? 1,500 crores every year. Therefore, you all have a bright future to do some frugal research. When I say AI, ML applications, please don't delve into applications. Think of doing indigenous AI research to design, develop indigenous large language model, small language model, and domain-specific language models, not only predictive models, knowledge models, reasoning models, and start with your initial. Don't think of ChatGPT, don't think of DeepSeek, Olama, all the APIs you should use. But start from a humble beginning, whatever you want to do indigenously. Take their APIs, use for your research to write your thesis, to do your final year project, but start from ab initio. Start from beginning. You will find that 25 paisa, by the time you will research, will become 150 crores. That is my humble request. And second thing, I came to Trident Academy. I found, what is Trident? It's about triangle. 3, isn't it? Is triangle a stable geometry? Triangle, bolex, pyramid. Think it. How many, I'll say back only. Please tell me, how many of you will agree with me that sum of 3 angles of a triangle is greater than 180 degree? Any of takers? Please raise your hand. None. I lost. 0. Huh? Please think, it's Odisha. How many of you think that parallel lines can intersect? No. Strong no. Non-parallel lines may not intersect. Anybody, any taker? Non-parallel lines may not intersect. Please. Any taker? Raise your hand. I'm just begging you, somebody should raise your hand by fluke. So therefore, yes, at least, that is madam is from front bench, I told from back benches. Please agree with me, sum of an angle of a triangle, trident, can be more than 180 degree, can be less than 180 degree. Parallel lines do intersect when they pass through many folds. Example is, the meridians are parallel at equator, meet at pole. So, non-parallel lines may not intersect. Therefore, think indigenously, not that all that ChatGPT gives is correct. Reason it beyond things. Think indigenously, implement indigenously, and deploy your own distilled, sometimes not distilled. They always have ChatGPT say, I have a professional version, I have a ye version, they give to, America has the best version of the ChatGPT, they give to us big military and small military kind of, they give us a thing which is bit different, and they have a distilled version also. So you prepare your distilled large language, small language, and domain-specific language models today. Take service of their APIs. Now it is about computing, reasoning, and intelligence. This troika, this triangle, make the angles more to go beyond 180 degrees. That will be my request. And I'm sure this application will lead to science, technology, then system and application. Please delve into the science part of it also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm so humbled with your humility. A true researcher as he is. A big round of applause once again for sir. Think indigenously and have clarity about doing the research in the real sense. The essence of research is not glamour, but quality. That's the sir's underlying message to you all. Thank you so much, sir. We have on desk, as our chief guest today, Professor Ashwini Kumar Nanda, Director AHRC and Professor CS SECS IIT Bhubaneswar. Sir is an internationally renowned computer scientist and a fellow of IEEE USA and fellow of the Asia Pacific AI Association. Sir also doesn't want his the introduction to be elaborated. I understand how humble the researchers are. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, all the esteemed guests on the stage, Chairman sir, and all esteemed representatives in the audience, students. Do you hear me well? ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଶୁଣି ପାରୁଛନ୍ତି ମୋତେ ଭଲରେ? Now ଟିକେ, is this good? Okay. ଆଜିର କନଫରେନ୍ସ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଏଥିରେ ଡିଫେନ୍ସ ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନରେ ପ୍ରାଇମେରୀ ଫୋକସ୍ ରହୁଛି. You also have developmental sectors. ଡିଫେନ୍ସରେ ତ ବହୁତ କହିବେ, ପାଣିଗ୍ରାହୀ ସାର୍ କହିଲେ ଏଥିରେ DRDOରୁ ଆଉ ଆପଣମାନେ ଶୁଣିବେ, ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଅଛି ପ୍ୟାନେଲ ସବୁ. ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଜେନେରାଲ ଇମ୍ପାକ୍ଟ ଅଫ୍ AI on society, especially for the students, the educators, the job seekers. ମୁଁ ଆଜି ଏଇ ଉପରେ ଟିକେ କିଛି କହିବି ଯେଉଁଥିରେ କି ଆମେ actually based on, in order to address those issues, we have established this new AI and HPC research center at IIT Bhubaneswar. You know, my background is I'm a computer science researcher all my life. My area of research has been computer architecture, building computer CPU, GPU chips and supercomputers. Built some of the world's largest supercomputers in US as a part of my job at IBM TJ Watson Research Center in New York, and then in Europe, and then in India. So that has been my expertise. That's where I did my work. But then actually at the advent of the AI age, especially AI has been existing as a discipline for more than 80, 90 years, but the real impact of AI started happening on the society about 10 years back, right? When actually one of our top scientists named Geoffrey Hinton, University of Toronto, he could run a very large image analysis deep learning application on a large GPU system in 2017 or so, right? So that is when, I mean, AI existed 80 years, 90 years back before that. But after 2017, AI has picked up and is moving so fast, it is beyond everybody's imagination, not just you and I, but some of the, or actually all of the world's top leaders, you know, scientists and engineers and people in the government, economists. Everybody is confused. Nobody has a clear picture where things will go. And then ChatGPT came around, I think, in 2022. I think it is end of 2022. That changed everything that we do in life, right? So AI has touched all walks of life. Everything that we do from the time that we wake up in the morning until we go to bed, right? You know, social media, you know, education, you know, all these searches and you know, helping with our homeworks and studies. And then when I'm giving the talk, I even consult some of these generative AI models, right? To get quick, easy data, right? So, ଟିକେ ମୋର ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନଟା କରିବା କି ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟେସନଟା ଟିକେ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବା କି so actually again everybody thinks about the future, a future in the society where people won't have to work, a work week, because AI will increase the productivity so much that we may actually don't have to work too much. Like, Bill Gates says that maybe in a couple of decades that we'll have only 2 to 3 day work weeks, and the remaining part actually we spend in having good time, doing creative activities, doing things that we like. Elon Musk actually goes one step further. He says that nobody will have to do any work, and AI will do everything for you. And then what do you do, right? I guess everybody has good life, and then maybe meditate and and go to a next spiritual level, and that's perhaps is the next level of human evolution, right? Hopefully, so that's a positive view. Then there is also a very scary view of AI taking over the world, all the bad guys using AI to do harm to the society, people fighting, because it becomes much easier and cheaper to actually fight wars in the space, and with the robots, and automated warfare using AI. So there is a doomsday prediction for the world as well. So there is a spectrum of there's this good part of AI, there's a bad part of AI, and nobody knows where we will be, right? So today we'll talk a little bit more on the what is happening on the ground today. What happens in the long future, nobody knows. This is actually, again, future is created by us, people like you, people like everybody, and all these young students of today. You guys will create the future, right? So don't get biased by what people on this side say. AI will make the world really bad, and the people who say that there will be no work, everybody will be out of, that nobody will care about work, nothing, that people will just enjoy life. So don't get too biased with those. Create your own future, right? So that's future. Okay. So today I will talk a little bit about So my talk is hope with the help of applied AI. Right? So this is a very small fraction of this this AI confusion that is happening. So this is a little bit of very small portion of the whole AI debate. So I will just focus on that. Okay, so the sudden explosion and hype, there's both actually reality and hype around AI, right? And what AI can do, good and bad. So that has created some hope, but actually mostly confusion and fear, right? Confusion meaning nobody knows what will happen. Fear of a lot of bad things, like actually a lot of bad things are really happening. People, the students getting the little kids, or even the teenagers, or even actually adults, they get so impacted by this AI-driven social media that they get into severe depression, mental health issues, people committing suicide, right? And then the cyber crimes, right? So there's a lot of negativity with AI. Then the biggest fear for the audience here, like the students and the educators and the scientists like us, is what do I do after I graduate, right? Everybody is talking about job losses. Google firing 30,000 programmers because 40% of their programmers now are not needed, because there are automated tools, both by Google and others, open source tools, that can write our Python programs, right? So why does Google need so many engineers? So they fired, I think, at some point of time, 30% of one of their development teams in Silicon Valley. Amazon fired people. Microsoft fired people. IBM, my good friend Arvind Krishna, he was my colleague at IBM, TJ Watson. He's now the IBM CEO. So Arvind says that, okay, IBM also actually, they fired some 10,000 people very recently, although he says that, that firing is not all because of AI, that's because of the overhiring after the pandemic, right? So there is really confusion. I mean, a lot of confusion, whether it is because of AI, because of, this or that. But there is a general fear among all of us that a lot of jobs are getting cut. What should I learn that I can get a job and then keep my job, right? So that's, I guess, is the immediate concern of this audience here. Is that, am I reading that correct? Right? So the students will be asking questions, what do I do? I mean, how this is, what do I learn? And the educators, professors, what do we teach? And the scientists like Dr. Panigrahi, where do I go? What kind of people I get so that, 3 years from now that my projects will run, because 3 years from now, how his projects will run, he doesn't know. I mean, maybe he knows, but I, in his place, wouldn't know. I am a scientist too. So, so this is a fear. And then let's take a little bit of a, down to earth look at the present reality and not looking 20 years, 30 years from now, because we don't know. Even next 5 years, we do not know, or to a great extent. But we'll still focus in the past few years versus next 5 years to see the immediate concern of people like you. What needs to be done, right? What is the reality today? So, just focusing on job losses, and then what can be done to address the job losses, both by the industry, by the academia, right? So this is the pointer. Where is the pointer? No, the pointer. Okay. Maybe we can switch off these lights. Just front would I go off with them. ନା ଏଇଟା ଆପଣ ଆସିବନି ଅଛି ଆଉ ଲାଜର ଅଛି ହଉ ଥାଉ କିଛି କଥା ନାହିଁ okay so we're talking about the Googles, the Metas, the IBMs, Amazons, Microsofts firing jobs, firing people, and people losing jobs. This is little statistics. Actually, this source is the World Economic Forum. Right? Just now they completed, they concluded the WEC, the WEF conference in Davos, Switzerland. So this is actually data compiled by the World Economic Forum that between 2018 and 2025, this is the trend of job losses, true job losses, right? And so this year probably there are about 15 to 20 million jobs around the world will be lost because of the impact of AI in various forms. And then the projected job loss from now till 2030, in the next 5 years, at the end of 2030, it will be somewhere between 80 to 100 million jobs would be lost worldwide to AI, right? So this is the real concern here, very immediate concern, apart from these other big future concerns. And so let's take a look at it, where the jobs will be lost. And if and is it all that there is only job losses, or is there something else? Can something good come out of this AI revolution? So look at this blue bar here. See the number of jobs replaced in, say, this is projected by World Economic Forum. you look at this, that everybody has this kind of numbers, but then, I mean, they are their own personal or, their organizational perspective. Whereas World Economic Forum, they have a very broad perspective. They collect data from many sources. They compile them. So I tend to trust the World Economic Forums, the Wall Street Journals, sources like that, or the U.S. State Department numbers. They seem more trustworthy or believable. So the number of jobs projected to be displaced or lost about 100 million. What kind of jobs will be lost? It is the routine jobs, right? The clerical jobs, routine jobs like the data center jobs, right? Or little chores, data entry, right? Clerical jobs, or even programming jobs like Google did. And then business processes. A lot of business processes are being automated, like with chatbots, right? With agents, AI agents, agentic AI, and data processing and so on. So the kinds of jobs that will be lost, that would be very routine jobs that doesn't need much of creativity, much of domain knowledge, right? And not too much of human touch. Those kind of jobs can be taken over by AI. And that's, we already saw that happening between 2018 and 2025. The trend will grow. But now look at this red bar. That why AI-related job losses will be about 100 million. AI will create more than 150, about 170 million jobs at the same time. So you guys will not be out of jobs. Actually, you'll have more prospects for jobs. But how? Not by doing what you are doing, right? So it needs, okay, so AI will automate the tasks, not the entire profession. So we have to focus on that. So net job growth, what you see here in the red bar, will come from newer skills, right? Or re-engineered professions or professionals. So we have to do we have to teach new skills. So to reskill, either reskill the existing workforce or give those skills, teach those skills right here in the academic institutions. So reskilling is the primary mitigation strategy to the job losses. And how we can get to this red bar? This is a projection. If we don't act now, these projections will not work. So these projections are based on the fact that the world will be able to reskill or teach new skills to our students so that they will learn things like this, the tech-enabled roles, the AI-enhanced roles, the human-centric roles, the applied AI domain-dependent roles, right? That is where jobs will be created, and all of you guys should pay attention to this because the AI world is changing very fast, exponentially. Things change every 3 months, 2 months, right? So you guys have to be on your toes to pay attention to these areas, right? So, so this is actually some of the areas where the jobs will grow. This is just a list of 6 things that World Economic Forum says, but there are a list of maybe 20 things. So today, again, we'll not be able to focus on all of this AI and data literacy, and then advanced digital skills and human-centric skills and entrepreneurship innovation. All those things will create new jobs. But what we'll focus here today is that domain expertise plus AI, right? And then green and sustainability skills that can be enhanced using AI, right? Things like that, what we call the applied AI, that we applied AI to a given domain, like healthcare, like agriculture, like transportation, right? Like economics, right? So those are the kind of jobs where it will take many decades, right? Do not know, for AI to really match the domain experts. Who are domain experts? Doctors and engineers, mechanical engineers, civil engineers, even your journalists, government administrators. So if those domain experts are also very knowledgeable in AI, and they can combine the knowledge to make their domain more productive, make their product more useful, more efficient to the society, right? So that's the kind of skills that will transform the job market, transform your careers, right, and make you more useful, right? So that you get a job and then you don't lose your job. So that is applied AI, and HRC is say AI and HPC Research Center. Our mission is to do translational research in applied AI, where we do research in using AI into multiple domains, multiple real-world problems. A lot of multidisciplinary people, experts sitting around the same table together, in the doctors and engineers and computer scientists, right? All sitting together and solving one problem, because the world is multidisciplinary, right? Just an engineer cannot solve a problem. Just a computer scientist or just an AI expert or just a doctor, they cannot solve all these problems. Remember this: domain expert plus AI, and then that also involves multiple domains. So that is the core goal of AHRC. This is a unique laboratory in the country. And in fact, actually, our goal is, the premise on which it is built is that this is open collaboration. Anybody can actually collaborate with anyone. So we have both physical and virtual. That's why we have been able to attract a lot of people from around the nation, from around the world, and we get done a lot of free work. We spend little money, but then actually a lot of people work with us because it is so attractive to be able to have all those experts all coming together under one roof, to be able to communicate with each other, to learn from each other, to collaborate. So that is what they actually work for free, right? And I'm sure that you guys will be able to form your communities and get into a multidisciplinary research and development kind of forums everywhere. Right? So this is applied AI, and I will give you some examples. We do wrap up the talk also. So some examples of what we do at HRC, IT Bhubaneswar, applied AI research and skilling. Actually, we do a lot of skilling. So here we have, within last about 1.5 years of our operation, we have been able to start 30 plus, actually more, it's more like 40, mission-oriented translational research project. What is translational research project? That we do research and development, and we don't stop at just writing a couple of papers and done. No. We write papers and file patents. That's part of our job, and we do that. But our main goal is to start with a user. What will the user use? And then actually go from there, and then whatever research we do, we keep the user in our minds, like the farmers, like the patients, the doctors, the government administrators, right? So we keep the user in mind, so that's what drives our research. And once we do our research, we develop prototypes, and then products, and bring it to the user. Right? So that's translational research. So we have actually, in the past about 2 years, 2.5 years, we have trained more than 100 interns. Actually, his numbers are a lot higher. 60 plus BTech, MTech, PhD students. These numbers are a lot higher. One thing I forgot to put here is that we have trained about 500 people around the country. A lot of the big IITs call our team members to go and teach them applied AI. I'm not kidding. I mean, this is because we have this interdisciplinary skill that very few top organizations in this country can claim they have. That's why actually I have one of my colleagues here, Professor Satish Panda. He's one of our stars in applied AI research. He's a mechanical engineer. And but he does AI in medicine, AI in agriculture, right? AI in robotics, right? So that's the multidisciplinary part. So he's also part of our big team that many other big institutions, they ask us to conduct workshops. We teach them how to do applied AI in multiple areas. And there, my guess is I haven't counted, but maybe some 500 to 700 students and faculty members in IITs, bigger IITs, that we have trained them or actually gave them exposure to what can be done using applied AI, domain plus AI. Right? So that's what we have been doing. So I'll give you some examples. So this is one of our marquee projects, one of the very top projects, that how do we help farmers improve their crop productivity by using less electricity and less water and less pollution of the environment, in the environment, right? So here, say we have more than 10 projects in using AI for agriculture. This is one of the projects that actually we are now taking worldwide. So I'll talk a little bit about it. So, say AI-enabled groundwater irrigation system. So what is groundwater? Actually, this is either groundwater irrigation or canal irrigation. It is all these same problem, and we are solving that problem using AI. So what exactly is the problem? That actually you do not know when, what kind, what is the rainfall pattern, what is the sunshine pattern, what is the soil moisture, or what is the water level at any particular point of time, right? So all those factors, they impact how much water is needed for a given kind of crop. Again, that varies from crop to crop. So how do people actually solve their problems, the farmers? Is their knowledge. Actually, that's the domain knowledge, in fact. And the agriculture scientists, they're okay, they manually, they look at things, and then okay, they look at the weather forecast. Okay, it may be raining in 3 days or 2 days, right? So it's just a common sense kind of approach they take to do the irrigation, whether from the ground well or tube well or the canal water. If they do that, what happens is that they may sometimes put a lot of extra water. Sometimes the amount of water could be less. If it is less, then they may not get the crop yield. Right? If it is too much, then actually the crop may get destroyed. So how do you determine a more accurate level of water to irrigate to get the best crop yield without damaging the field, without damaging the crop? Right? So we use AI and data. And AI depends on data. So what kind of data? A lot of satellite imagery, the current satellite imagery and the past satellite imagery for the last 10, 20, 30. Actually, we get satellite data from both ISRO and NASA for the last 40 years. So we analyze that, what is happening, and around the world, in fact, right? Not just Odisha. And then the current data from the weather stations. There are a lot of weather stations. They help the agriculture decision makers. The temperature, the humidity, and many different parameters. And then, of course, we have ground-based sensors somewhere. And then there is a drone-based surveys. So these are all different kinds of data that comes in. And then we build AI models to assimilate all these kinds of data to forecast or to predict what will be the right amount of water to put on the crop. And then actually for multiple different kinds of crops, we have different models. So that's the AI model. And so when we use the model, in fact, okay, let me just show the thing here. You see here in the right hand top corner, right? So that's the little app we have developed. The person there sees that we the mobile phone. We give this app on the mobile phone of the farmer. We have deployed it in many places. So below that picture, you see this little AHRC AI dashboard. That is where the farmer may actually be able to give input like, okay, what is the crop he wants and what kind of tube well he has, and then he can even measure the soil moisture, or from satellite data we predict the soil moisture. All those input is given here, and the output of this app that we have developed there, what you see as the AHRC AI dashboard, that app on the mobile phone tells the farmer, put this much of water for next half hour or 1 hour. And actually the next level of little slight automation is that instead of asking the farmer to put that much of water in the field, the app actually controls a little valve and the motor automatically gives that much of water, right? Puts that much of water. So it is fully automated. Right? So using this fully automated irrigation system, we are projecting based on scientific studies that we'll be able to save about 25% of the water that could have been consumed earlier. We'll use 25% less energy, less electricity, less water, and then fertilizer loss prevention. Because if it's too much water, fertilizer will get lost. We'll be able to save about 7% of the fertilizer. And the labor cost saving, because if everything is manual, then you could, the cost will be higher. So there's a lot of automation. Again, here is an example of job loss, right? But then again, this also creates more domain experts, people who are good in agriculture and in AI. So we'll have more of them. We'll have less of the manual laborers, but we'll have more of the more intellectual, more capable laborers, right? So, so this pie chart that translates into actually these bar graphs. There's more details here. That for different crops like paddy and tomato and brinjal and lentils, what is the yield again? Let's say, okay, see the blue line, you see that we are hoping that, based on our scientific research and other people's research, that we will be able to increase the crop yield, more crop by some 7 to 10%. This could actually be even more. Right? This is a very conservative estimate. And then, of course, saving in electricity and energy, and then impact on environment. So with this, and today actually we are. So this is scientific analysis and prediction, but we now want to do a field validation whether these numbers we can achieve by our application when it is deployed in the field. So what we are doing is that look at the Odisha map. We have deployed our app with our sensors and all satellite data, everything in Banki, is very close to Bhubaneswar, then actually Baleswar and Keonjhar and Balangir, north, south, east, west, right? And then simultaneously we are deploying the same app, the HRC app, in again north, south, east, west of India. So we have one in IIT Mandi's north, and then Rahuri, Maharashtra in the west, and the Palakkad in the south, and of course Odisha in the east. So north, south, east, west Odisha, then north, south, east, west India. Then in USA we have now 4 locations. We are kind of north, south, east, north, east, and south. We are also getting to California. So we have in Texas, in Ohio, Iowa, Georgia. So this is all happening in parallel. I haven't seen an application from an Indian university or an Indian organization or even an Indian company going from the state level to the national level to the world level all at the same time, right? No, not even the researchers in the US do that, because we have 4 or 5 top agriculture and AI researchers from US working with us. So they don't do this every day, right? It's because we have this global network of scientists everywhere. We are able to do this simultaneously. So this year, between January through April, we'll be validating our assumption that using our AI-based app, whether we'll get this 10% yield or not, whether we'll be able to save this much water, electricity or not, if that works well, we'll test this for another season or so. Then we'll be able to deploy that in all over Odisha or all over India and then around the world. So we do not know exactly, but then the predictions that we have, this analysis we have, we expect to get 10% hike in production. So this is an example I elaborated so that you know what is the nature of applied AI, how domain knowledge, agriculture, and AI knowledge together, and we can train people in the field, and agriculture scientists, AI scientists, to actually grow the economy, get better results, at the same time also grow jobs. This is another big project that actually was given to us by Railways Ministry, actually Railway Minister himself. We don't have time to go through details. We have 30 plus more such applications. I'll go over these applications very quickly. In fact, my friend, my colleague, Professor Satish Panda, he's leading this project along with the railways. We have actually a team working together, Indian Railways, East Coast Railways here, and then Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, IIT Kharagpur, and us, HRC, we are developing this little tool here. That actually, see, this seems like a simple tool that the cart runs on the rails automatically, controlled remotely, and then measures all sorts of things, and then do some image analysis using AI and gives the result. This seems like a simple thing. It doesn't exist in India. People don't use it. Everything is manual. So this is an automated railway track inspection, using images that and using AI models, we should be able to detect cracks and faults and other internal faults. So that saves lives. Right? So that's a top project we again want to take nationwide. This is actually again EV charging using wireless charging. So that we can put the wireless transmitters on the road, and while the car is traveling, we are driving the car on the roads, the car battery gets automatically charged, right? So that's one project that we have, and the same technology we are using to reduce the waiting time of the EVs at EV charging stations. These are two major applications of the same technology, wireless EV charging. This again is in the kind of in the middle level of development. This again will be nationwide. You said these are all a lot of other agriculture applications, and this is actually a lot of our AI medicine. These are glaucoma. Again, Satish is part of our team. Satish and I were working on these areas. A lot of eye-related disease detection. And then, okay, so there is actually the autism detection. This is big deal for the little children, right? If we can predict autism earlier, then you can have medical intervention a lot earlier to save the kids' future, career, their lives. And then this cervical cancer detection. And then actually this is drug discovery, finding new drugs for diabetics, because diabetes is a big problem, especially in India. Then using genomics and AI, combining them together. How do we come up with new molecules that can help us discover new drugs and this is also personalized medicine. This is not one drug or one medicine solves everybody's problem, but then taking a look at the particular, in one person's microbiome, we can predict what kind of diabetes he may have or she may have, and then what kind of medicine might work for them. So this is very futuristic, but then actually real work is being done. This is with one of our scientists in Sweden and scientists here. This is a project that we did actually here with AIMS Bhubaneswar. They are using this tool to predict whether a given chemotherapy regimen may have very severe side effects, right? So this saves lives. Then this is a hearing aid for people who can't hear well. Then again, using AI-based solutions to do signal analysis, take the signals, speeches, analyze them using AI, and then feed it back so that the hearing can be improved. And this is actually a very nice thing that we are doing with the government of India, government of Odisha, actually speech recognition for Odia language. And let me see, I think this is all combined. Let me see, we don't have everything here. Okay, so decoding thoughts through speech and then handwriting recognition. So I'm sorry, this presentation is not very well organized in terms of domains. So here, along with speech recognition, we are doing also Odia handwriting recognition. People have handwriting recognition, speech recognition. A lot of technology has been developed for English and Hindi and all of the world languages. Odia, nobody cares. It's a regional language, but then, we speak Odia, we have to do something. And in fact, the technology we have developed in the last 3 months in our laboratory beats the technology that is developed by IIT Bombay, Indian Institute of Science, IIT Madras, and IIIT Hyderabad. We are doing better, getting better results than all these top IITs just in 3 months in speech recognition and Odia handwriting recognition using AI. And we are working with government of Odisha actually for grievance redressal in governance. How do we use this technology? So I think that, we won't have time. So, okay, we are working with ISM Dhanbad. They are big mining guys. So how we use digital twin and AI for mining, for nuclear power plants, and garbage segregation. How do we automatically segregate different kinds of garbages, right, using AI? Underwater pipe inspection. I don't know. I mean, this is actually, these are again, this is a supercomputing. This is my core field. How we make the supercomputers consume less power. So these are the technologies we are developing. Again, AI medicine. This is actually manufacturing. And this is animal husbandry, right? This is, and then horticulture. And then this is again helping people who cannot speak, right? All right. So there are actually many more applications that not only we are developing, but a lot of people around the world are developing. So that is applied AI. Apply AI to one of the domains. So whatever branch of engineering or science you have, think AI. How to use AI to make the results of your work, your career, better for society. And then you'll get really good jobs. So that is where I will end my talk. I don't know, probably we don't have time, so I have to go to the other event also. But I can take maybe 2 questions, 2 or 3 questions. If you have more questions, I'm leaving, but Professor Satish is here. How long will you be here, Satish? You'll be here now? Huh? So please, any students has question, send them to Satish. He is one of our top researchers in HRC, and he will be able to answer a lot of questions, not only about HRC, but about applied AI in general. He's a mechanical engineer, but he does a lot of things, a lot of other things. So yeah, please feel free to talk to Professor Satish. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here to be with you. It's very nice to be with all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation that was so very informative, educative, and encouraging, because the comparison between job displaced and job created was very, very encouraging, particularly for us, for everybody. Thank you so much, sir, for this, for coming here and inspiring our students in so many ways. We have on this Professor Dr. Abhay Kumar Samal, Dean School of Computing and the convener of this event. I would request sir to give a vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, you all. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Ashwin Kumar Nanda, respected Chief Patrons of this conclave, Dr. Biswavijay Panigrahi, Chief Mentor of Trident Group of Institutions, and Srimati Smitharani Panigrahi, Chairperson of Trident Group of Institutions, respected Guest of Honor, Dr. Narayan Panigrahi, esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, distinguished speakers, panelists, faculty members, students, and dear parents. On behalf of the Trident Academy of Technology and the AIML Conclave 2026 Organizing Committee, it is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks. At the very outset, I express our deep sense of gratitude to our Chief Guest, Professor Ashwin Kumar Nanda, Director AHRC, and Professor of IIT Bhubaneswar, for graciously accepting our invitation and for his inspiring inaugural address. His profound insight into artificial intelligence and machine learning have set a meaningful and forward-looking tone for this conclave. We are deeply indebted to our chief patrons, Dr. Vishwavijay Panigrahi and Srimati Smitharani Panigrahi, whose visionary leadership, unwavering guidance, and constant encouragement continues to shape the academic ethos and growth of Trident Group of institutions. Their blessings remains our greatest strength. Thank you, sir and madam. I extend our sincere thanks to our guest of honor, distinguished speaker, moderators, and panelists who have graciously agreed to share their invaluable knowledge and experience across the various technical tracks of this conclave. I would also like to place on record my appreciation for our advisors, patrons, principal of Trident Academy of Technology, deans, heads of the departments, coordinators, faculty members, and the student volunteers whose collective effort have made this event possible. My heartfelt thanks to all the participants and delegates for their enthusiastic presence and active encouragement, which truly enrich the academic spirit of this conclave. Finally, I thank the organizing team and all those who have contributed directly or indirectly to the successful commencement of this event. With these words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all and wish the AIML Conclave 2026 very success. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Before we close, I request our principal to kindly come forward to felicitate our guest. I invite our chief guest today, Honorable Professor Ashwin Kumar Nanda, Director AHRC, and Professor CS SECS IIT Bhubaneswar to kindly come forward to be felicitated. Sir, please. Principal, sir, please come forward. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. We are so proud to have you here. I now request Abhay sir to please come forward to do the honor of honoring our guest of honor, Dr. Narayan Panigrahi, Scientist, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, DRDO. Sir, please come forward. I once again thank our guest of honor and chief guest for today's function to have been here and inspire students, encourage our students with their inspiring words. So that's it from the inaugural ceremony. I would request the dignitaries to kindly step off the dais so that we can proceed with the next events. Students, please settle down. We are going to have the keynote speech session now. Students at the back, please settle down. So now we'll have the keynote speech session. It's a great privilege to have with us Major General Ramesh Chandra Padi, former Additional Surveyor General of India. So please come on to the dais. We are really fortunate to have you here. So will you allow me to read out your profile?
Everybody knows me.
Yeah, yes. Okay, sir. Please.
My presentation, more presentations also. So, shall I start now? Good morning and Jai Hind. Professor Samal, Dr. Panigrahi, the other faculties, students. So we have heard the views from a scientist from DRDO. We heard the views of a hardcore professor from IIT Bhubaneswar. Now I will give you AI from the military perspective. Now so far, what have you know about war? Earlier the war was fought at land. Then gradually it shifted to sea, then air. Now the war is multi-domain. What do you mean by multi-domain? Now, war is no more limited to land, sea and air. It is fought in cyberspace, it is fought in the space, it's fought in the communication space, it is fought in image space, it is fought in number of places. Now, when you are fighting at number of places, so why do you fight a war? You fight a war to win. And as a soldier, my job is to kill the enemy, not to get killed. And I can kill the enemy if the technology is with me. And particularly if you look back to the last two wars, one was the Kargil and the other one the Operation Sindoor. In Operation Kargil, we had no choice. So we had very limited technology as far as the AI is concerned, and we lost more than 500 officers and soldiers and 1500 plus casualties. But you also saw the Operation Sindoor, where physical contact was zero. So we are fighting from our own space to the enemy area. So dominance was using all kind of platforms of weapons, but they were all controlled by the artificial intelligence and other technologies. Now, here you just see in this particular thing, you can see the information or the inputs are coming from multiple places, and all are getting collected at one place, and it is being processed by machine. So the algorithm of machine language, the power of AI, and the integration of the human beings, all integrated together. So AI, ML and human beings together, they become a much more powerful tool, and they become a force multiplier in the modern day warfare. ये तो कहीं आगे बढ़ो नहीं? हाँ. So, as I introduced, that artificial intelligence and machine language is being used as part of the warfare all over the world, and India is no exception. And so this gives it enhances the situational awareness. It also helps the improved accuracy in targeting, and it has transformed the modern days concept of warfare. Okay. The few examples are like your border monitoring. So when you are monitoring the border, you are trying to stop the intrusion by the enemy. So when you are trying to stop the intrusion of enemy, you have got a lot of sensors. You have got the images which is coming from satellites, which is coming from your other video cameras, both night vision cameras, and then getting the images from the drones, right? So all these technologies, and then we have got the lethal autonomous weapon systems like your missiles and other things, which is being fired from your own territory to the other. But they are guided and controlled by artificial intelligence. Then robots are also being deployed in large numbers because you have to prevent casualties. Ultimately, there are two things. We have to prevent casualties of our own people. We have to inflict maximum casualty of the enemy. But at the same time, we have to be very careful. We have to ensure that there is no collateral damage. That means we cannot kill the civilian population. If you kill the civilian population, then we are violating the international law. So whenever you are using artificial intelligence, so we have to be within that boundary of international law and the moral ethics, right? Then, since large number of data are coming, so there is always a danger between identifying the enemy targets as well as your own things. I'll just give you one example. Very recently, when the Balakot strike were taking place, we killed our own helicopter at Srinagar because manually when you are trying to identify, you cannot identify or it becomes slightly difficult to distinguish between the enemy hostile aircrafts and your own aircrafts because you are in a hurry, you are in a tension and you want to shoot down because you don't have time. Similarly, in a battlefield scenario, like small drones are flying and there could be hostile drones, there could be your own drones. So you need to identify. So the signature of your own drones and the hostile drones or any hostile object has to be identified on real time. And this can be done using artificial intelligence. Then the pattern recognition, how the enemy hostile things are coming and the pattern, how they are using it, that is used using artificial intelligence, and then nevertheless training and simulation. Now that was the basic introduction, how important is AI and ML. What is there in Indian Army and how AI ML is being implemented. Now, globally in 2026, $300 billion is being pumped into for implementation of AI in the defense sector. And in India, we have got in 2022 75 AI technology which was identified by MOD, and that is in place now. And there is a conference which was happened there. It is called AI in Defense. That symposium was had, and the focus is on AI and big data in the defense. So it is very crucial to ensure that we remain up to date with the technological advancements in AI and ML. Then coming to that, in Indian context, we have got in the 2026 budget, I think the same thing is appearing or what? It has not moved further. Okay. Now we have got the Defense AI project, and under that we have got two important bodies. One is Defense AI Council and one is Defense AI project. The Defense AI Council is headed by the Raksha Mantri and all the three service chiefs, DRDO chief, then Cyber Security National Advisor. They are the policy making body, and then we have got the another body for projects, Defense AI project. So that is a lot of fund is pumped into that, and the Defense Ministry is focusing on this for the three services: Indian Army and Navy and Air Force. So the adoption of AI is gradual, and there is a lot of emphasis in coordination with the industry, the research establishments. DRDO is the primary research establishment of the Ministry of Defense, and the other research scholars in the various universities and colleges. Now, I just want to give you some of the examples of AI ML in military. In military, there is something called C4ISR, Command, Control, Computer, Communication, Information, Surveillance and Reconnaissance. Now, the intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance is one of the very critical things, because we have to monitor the border all the time, and we have to monitor the movement of the enemy activities or whatsoever is happening. So for ISR, so in short, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, the processing of the vast amount of data which is coming from the videos, the surveillance cameras, your drones and other things are required to be very precise. So the machine language algorithms has to be very, very precise. The most important thing is, as we know in computer, garbage in is garbage out. So data should not have any bias. And the algorithms are very important, because if your data has got bias and the algorithms are not proper, then that will give you misinformation. Now, so if you have got a good algorithm and good data, then the object detection and recognition becomes much easier. As I said, we have to identify between the hostile object which is coming and also our own thing. Then it can give the predictive analysis accordingly. Then we have got the autonomous systems and robotics. And in autonomous systems, we have got the all those drones, then unmanned ground vehicles, then also underwater sea drones. Then there are such objects. These are the things which are monitored using AI technology, and particularly the swarm drones, because you are flying large number of drones at the same time, so they are controlled through AI application. Another important thing is the cyber security, because in the cyber space, what I said, as we want to see that the enemy is not able to enter into our area, and we want to enter into the enemy area. So the digital those network which is there inside, it has to be protected. So that is protected using AI. Then the threat detection, it detects the threats, because the ML algorithms they analyze the network traffic to identify any unusual pattern of the enemy or hostile activities or malwares, then automatically it responds and it identifies and it prevents the intrusion of the enemy or hostile things. The another important area of particularly AIML in the military is the logistics supply chain management. War is not fought only by the soldiers. The soldiers have to be supplied with the arms and ammunition. So a large number of logistics network is required for that. That is why we have got the Army Ordnance Corps, Army Supply Corps. There is always the Director General of Operation and Logistics. The entire thing has to be monitored. Because when we are moving, the convoys are moving with logistic, how much of arms and ammunition is required, where all these things is used using AI and ML, and it can also be used for prediction, that this is the place where the hostility has increased, so that prediction can be done using the even historical data, and accordingly the resource allocation can be done. Operation Sindhu is the best example of AI and ML, how the air defense systems were getting activated, the radars, the gun, various type of guns, the various type of radars, they were all getting activated because of the good AI algorithms and firing. And it was pinpointed firing. That is why you could achieve so many important targets of the enemy area. Then we discussed sometimes about, before about war gaming. War gaming is nothing but just like you people use all kind of gaming. So the war situation, the battlefield situation, you can simulate using AI, different type of situation, and that simulation and you can practice. So basically, you know that if the war is going to take place, what kind of things can happen, and accordingly you can simulate, you can do the war gaming, and you can do real-time analysis. So there are so many applications. Every activity of the military has got, is driven by AI and ML. So when, if I tell you in nutshell, summarize the benefit of AI and ML in defense, it enhances speed and efficiency, it improves the accuracy, then it reduces the human risk, and it saves cost, and it is scalable. So AI system can handle increasing amounts of data and complex scenarios, situations, and complex problems. Then the data quality and bias are some of the, when I talk about the challenges. So I have already mentioned that data quality and bias is one of the challenging things. So we have to ensure that the quality of data is the best and there is no bias. Then the ethical concern, as I said, that we cannot kill the civilian population. So we have to see that the AI, when you are using AI, or the algorithms are such, it is hitting only the intended targets, not the civilian population. There is no collateral damage. Then the cyber security risks will always remain. It is not that you are only good in AI, the enemy is also equally good in AI. Then integration with the legacy system. The old system has to be integrated with the new systems, which is compatible with AI. And accountability. The most important thing is that, let us say, when you are doing something using AI and something goes wrong, who is accountable for that? If there is a violation of law, who will be accountable for that? Now, the future of AI and ML in defense is, as I said, it has to be, the integration of AI, ML and human beings all together. Some people say 30-70 principle also they apply, because partly you cannot eliminate the human involvement into that. Then explainable AI and quantum AI, that will increase exponentially the processing power of AI. And then global collaboration, and I'm happy to tell you that India has already signed an agreement with the Americans. It is through 2x2. There is another channel, and we hope that that collaboration will be beneficial for better implementation of AI in India, because the number one AI is United States as far as the AI is concerned. Then finally, AI is not a military plug and play technology in the battlefield. So few AI ML applications are force multiplier in a net-centric warfare. The first slide which I said, how everything is in a network area. It enhances the command, control, communication, computer intelligence and surveillance and the other communication capabilities. The Indian military continues to improve its data management, network system, and the technology ability is important, but then how to use it effectively is very vital. So that is why we need to build capacity. The universities, the young minds, they have to be ignited to this particular area of AI and ML for effective use. And finally, quickly I will just tell you that in our current budget, government has allocated 29,000 odd crores, and out of which this is about 25% of the defense R&D budget has been open to industry, startups and academia. The things are not very clear right now how it will be distributed. And then 15 DRDO industry academia center of excellence have been already established, covering 82 identified research ventures. And DRDO has a network of around 2,000 industries to manufacture equipments with technologies transferred to zero transfer of technology, free to Indian partners to empower innovation. And 148 new R&D projects have been sanctioned by DRDO during the period of last 2 years. So the way ahead of the future, what I look at the AIML in the defense in the future is the defense R&D has been allocated a budget of 29,000 crores. This is an increase of about 8.5%. So Government of India has planned setting up of AI data centers and cloud services. So the India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 for equipment, materials and design ecosystem, enhanced allocation for electronics companies manufacturing schemes, ECMH, and announcement of rare earth corridors, establishments of dedicated chemical parks, establishments of high-tech tool room, etc., and central public sector enterprises. These are all hopes. So that will create a lot of job opportunities, research opportunities for all of us. And the innovation, another important thing is there is something called IDEX, Innovation of Defense Excellence, which is a special purpose vehicle, which is is between the three services, industry and the academia. So a lot of challenges keeps coming. I have already discussed some of the challenges with our faculties, and that can be taken up. Then our experiences of Operation Sindoor, Russia, Ukraine and West Asia conflicts have all reinforced and our belief in the arrival of the non-contact warfare, because so that non-contact warfare means physically contact we cannot avoid. Ultimately, when you are physically occupying the ground, contact will take place. But in initial phases, without getting into contact, we can reduce our casualties rate. And this non-contact war is not limited to only the battlefield, and also it is in the cyberspace, space and other areas. So finally, in conclusion, AI and ML are transforming defense capabilities by enhancing capabilities across intelligence, autonomy, cybersecurity, logistics, and decision making. These technologies provide critical tactical benefits like improved efficiency, accuracy, safety. However, challenges like data bias, ethical concerns, and cybersecurity risks, capacity building is required to be addressed to ensure that the AI is responsibly engaged. As militaries worldwide adopt AI and ML, establishing robust ethical network is also important, and the international cooperation is also required, and the research activities in institutions like ours is required to be strengthened. And luckily, yesterday chairman was telling that here the military technologies will be given a lot of importance, and you all will be encouraged. So a lot of things are likely to come up, which chairman may be telling you sometimes. So thank you very much. So I try to complete it in quicker time, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for telling us all about the implementation and impact of AIML in Indian Army. That's so inspiring. Dear students, let me tell you, sir is a retired Major General, and is a decorated Kargil War veteran and a senior defense technology leader. Thank you so much, sir. It's so inspiring to have you here, and we would like to felicitate you. To do the honors, I would request Principal Sir to kindly come up on dais. A big round of applause for Major General Ramesh Chandra Padhi, who is our keynote speaker today. Thank you so much, sir. We will now start panel discussion 1. So we are going forward with the panel discussion 1 on AI ML applications on India's defense sector. AI ML applications in India's defense sector. And for this, we have as moderator Dr. Naren Panigrahi, outstanding scientist and Scientist H, Associate Director, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, Bengaluru. I have the opportunity here, sir, for elaborating your profile. He is a governor's gold medalist and best graduate of Barampur University in '87. He holds MSc in Computer Science, MTech IIT Kharagpur, and PhD from IIT Bombay. And he has been awarded for Geospatial Excellence in 2019 and Agni Award 2019. He has also received the National Geomatics Award for Excellence in 2023. I would request now Dr. Pradipta Roy, Scientist G, DRDO from Chandipur, Odisha, to please come up on dais as the panel member. He is a Scientist G at the Integrated Test Range ITR DRDO Chandipur. He is actively associated with the IEEE Bhubaneswar Signal Processing Chapter and has strong research expertise in DNA computing, cryptography, network security, and image processing. He has authored numerous research publications, including work on multimodal image fusion, and contributes to advanced technology development in support of DRDO's testing and defense research. Welcome, sir. We now have with us Sri Deepak Das, Scientist G, DRDO from Chandipur again. I would request him to kindly take the stage. Sri Deepak Kumar Das is a Scientist G at the Defense Research and Development Organization DRDO, associated with the Proof and Experimental Establishment, PXE Chandipur, Balasore, Odisha, one of DRDO's premier laboratories responsible for testing and evaluation of weapons, missiles, and ballistic systems. He has been actively involved in the technical and academic ecosystem, including participation and affiliations with platforms such as International Conference on Signal and Techniques, ICST. Welcome, sir, on stage. We have Mr. Niladri Bihari Mohanty, Scientist D, NIC, OSC Bhubaneswar. I would request sir to take the stage. He is a senior technologist and cybersecurity expert with over 16 years of experience at the National Informatics Center, Government of India. He is a versatile language agnostic programmer. He has deep expertise across multiple programming languages, frameworks, and emerging technologies, including applied AI. Mr. Mohanty brings rich insights into secure digital governance, expertise, enterprise architecture, and national scale IT systems. I welcome you on there, sir. And we miss Professor Manas Ranjan Mahapatra from IIT Bhubaneswar School of Mechanical Science, who could not join us due to some health issues. And I now hand over the session to the moderator, Dr. Narayan Panigrahi. Over to you, sir. Sir, 45 minutes, sir. 45 minutes.
Well, still I feel it is. Oh, still. Oh, great. Thank you very much. What is your good name? Swadhin. Huh? Swadhin. Thank you for the flowers and the felicitation. Thank you, everybody. Now let's utilize this coming 45 minutes to delve into AI, ML, and its application to defense in particular. And I have with me my worthy co-panelist. I think they're just coming from the mission. So they will definitely throw some light on the practical aspects, how AI and ML is guiding our future research. And so I welcome you all. Let's speak for about 7 minutes each. That constitute about 30 minutes. Thereafter, we will maybe I can ask certain questions which will make most relevant to have a focused approach about how this AI and ML is fostering and helping our national security in particular and defense in general. So let me start with left, Deepak. I think so you can start with your generic idea of AI/ML and specific idea about its utilization in defense.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge and experience in this domain. Though I am not a very good expert in AI and ML, I am mainly from computer vision and embedded system development, but we have worked in this particular domain. And AI is nowadays everywhere. AI is a buzzword that comes everywhere. And in defense, we have a very great usefulness for this particular domain. Now, where this can be utilized, it can be utilized in the border area where the border security surveillance can benefit very much from the AI, because the video that we get from various kind of cameras that the defense person plant at the border, so those videos can be analyzed automatically by the AI, and some kind of intrusion or attacks can be a priori identified and actions can be taken. Now, another big area where this AI can be useful very much nowadays, which is very important worldwide, is a drone-based warfare. So drone and the anti-drone, counter-drone. So we are seeing in a world that countries are using multiple drones in a swarm kind of thing to attack. So there the AI can help, because we can communicate between the drones to have the situational awareness, and then the decision can be taken. Now, one more area where AI can be useful in the defense area is C4 ISR, which is command, control, communication, computer, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. So there AI can play a very important role, and we get information from various places from space, from ground-based centers, and our defense network, be it Army, Navy, Air Force, all of them can get the info from this C4ISR, and the appropriate decision can be taken based on the inputs. Now, another domain where AI can play a very important role, that DRDO and other organizations, public sector, they are developing various products for our defense. Now, those things needs periodic maintenance. So AI can actually proactively identify that what kind of failure can happen in this particular equipment. So preventive maintenance can be done. Cyber security is another domain where AI can also be useful. So these are the areas where AI can be useful. Now I want to highlight what we should do as a country, because we are talking about AI and we are developing algorithm models for, say, chatbot, LLMs, video models, audio models. But now those are the software things. But what as a country we should do is to build the hardware, because the software will run in the GPU, and now the country is dependent on foreign GPUs from NVIDIA and the other GPUs. So we think that our new engineers, the young minds, the bright minds, should now focus on the development of the computing power, so that we can truly be independent. So that is one area where I think that development should be done. And in defense, in our case also, we use AI in various ways. Like when some say counter attack to be activated, so that decision can be taken a priori based on the input that is analyzed automatically by our AI centers, and decisions can be taken in split second. So that is all from my side. We need AI in all the domains, and mainly the development of hardware is mainly crucial to become self-independent, because we need GPU in the country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deepak. Thank you very much for throwing the light about application of AI into defense. I'll now ask my co-panelist, Dr. Niladri Bihari, to throw some lights, keeping some contextually about the use of AI and ML in defense too. And also, we must throw something light on what going to be in future. Next generation, because all sitting people are the next generation. What is going to happen in the next generation?
So we need to think about the next generations. We have to plan for the next generations. But before understanding what will come in the next generation, we need to understand the generation of the AI. You people must have heard about that traveling salesman problems, then ant colony optimizations. From that, the AI came to artificial neural network. When the artificial neural network came, most of the previously popular AI algorithms like genetic programming, genetic algorithms and all other things, they just vanished, and something came up that artificial neural network as a peak. Artificial neural network with a layer of some new technologies, the convolutional neural network, the DNN, the RNN came up, RNN, recurrent neural network, after that LSTM, GRU came up. But if you try to understand the pattern, these are all basically more or less based on neural network things. It is a homogeneous development from artificial single layer perceptron to multi-layer perceptron to ANN, DNN, CNN, RNN, LSTM, GRU, autoencoder, encoder-decoder architecture, transformer. उनके अंदर में कहीं ना कहीं न्यूरल नेटवर्क किसी न किसी रूप में छुपा बैठा हुआ है. वो जस्ट अपने आप को एक ट्रांसफॉर्म करते हुए, रैपर लगाते हुए टेक्नोलॉजी आगे बढ़ रहा है. डिसरप्टिव वाला चीज अभी तक आया नहीं है. आगे जाके अगर कोई डिसरप्टिव आता है, मतलब दिस इज कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट देन द न्यूरल नेटवर्क. जस्ट लाइक ये जो AI/ML लिखा है, इसमें ML का पार्ट अभी तक ऑलमोस्ट खत्म हो गया. कैसे? मशीन लर्निंग के लिए जो ट्रेनिंग हम बोलते थे कि वी नीड टू डू ट्रेनिंग, टेस्टिंग डाटा, ट्रेनिंग डाटा, Right now, to train the large language model, we need 25,000 A100 NVIDIA GPU for 6 months. इस रूम में जितना लोग बैठे सबका किडनी बेचेंगे तभी भी इतना पैसा नहीं होगा. नाउ उसको ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए इतना पैसों की जरूरत है कि उसको बिग कंपनीज के पास में सेंट्रलाइज हो गया. नाउ रिसर्चर ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए इधर वी हैव टू डिप्लॉय, वी हैव टू डिपेंडेंट ऑन द क्लाउड, हेवी मनी, और प्रोक्योरमेंट करना जीपीयू डिपेंडेंसी इतना हो गया. तो मशीन लर्निंग का पार्ट भी डाइल्यूट होते होते उसमें पेरिफेरल फाइन ट्यूनिंग में आ गए. फाइन ट्यूनिंग, लोरा, क्यू लोरा, पैरामीटर एफिशिएंट फाइन ट्यूनिंग मेथोडोलॉजीज, ट्रेनिंग की जगह पे ट्यूनिंग आ गया. सो दिस इज हाउ, कुछ भी जब एक हल्का सा डिसरप्टिव आया ट्रांसफॉर्मर, उसमें से हमारा चीजें इतना बिखर गया चीजें. और आगे जाके बहुत सारा नया आर्किटेक्चर हो रहा है, जैसे माम्बा एक आ रहा है. आफ्टर द ट्रांसफॉर्मर इट इज माम्बा इज ऑल्सो थिंग्स. क्वांटम आने वाले, क्वांटम के बाद में एआई का क्या होगा, वो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को मुझे लगता है हम वो सिंगुलरिटी में पहुंच गए कि हम उसके आगे विजुअलाइज नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कि जब क्वांटम आएगा, ये जैसे ट्रांसफॉर्मर से अलग, न्यूरल नेटवर्क से अलग कोई टेक्नोलॉजी को बेस करके आएगा, उसके बाद में क्या होने वाला है वो अपने आप में एक रिसर्च है. सो द पॉइंट इज दैट right now जो large language model है, vision language model we are talking about GPT, llama, mixtral, all these language models, they need a lot of computing resource, just sir was saying few minutes before, and that computing resource again dependent on the other countries for import. Again for manufacturing also we need rare earth materials, that is mining again will destroy the environment. It is a vicious cycle, we are trapped in a vicious cycle. So my point is that in the defense also, we cannot send our defense data to third-party countries server to get processed and come back, just like we are doing in the ChatGPT. It has to be processed in-house on premise. That means the hardware has to be on premise. We don't have the hardware. That is wartime cries are going on. So only one point is that हमने हमारा दिमाग में accept कर लिया है कि एआई का बड़ा मॉडल को एग्जीक्यूट करने के लिए, इन्फरेंस ड्रॉ करने के लिए वी नीड लार्ज जीपीयूज. व्हेन द यूएस बैंड द चाइना बाय नॉट प्रोवाइडिंग H100 NVIDIA GPUs, they invented, developed DeepSeek. That was the production out of the necessity, out of the scarcity of the GPU. And the DeepSeek invention has proved that it was an architectural problem. It was not a hardware problem. It was a software architecture level problem which we are trying to resolve using hardware problem, because the big CEOs of the big companies has penetrated in the mind that this is a hardware problem. To optimize it, it is not possible. You have to enhance the hardware capacity. And we have chased before importing, securing the procurement from the different countries, trade deals. And when the China had the ban, the sanction, they thought about the software architectural issues to resolve this issue. That is how the DeepSeek came. So we need to think in a different dimension to resolve our problem without just going in a single way, all the thoughts in a single way. Thank you.
Thank you, Niladri. I'm sure students will think about doing frugal research without spending a lot of money, and they can invent. Now I'll call upon Dr. Pradipta Roy to keep his view on uses of AI ML in defense, and keeping in mind also, will it generate AI ML a sufficient amount of jobs in future? Because we have a very gloomy session before saying, no, all your jobs is going. And I'm sure the student must not have appreciated it. I will come with my own view, but definitely we must keep that also in mind, whether you are going to get more jobs, whether you are going to get laid off, or whether you are going to get highly paid and successful career. All these myths, I hope he will throw some light on. I'll definitely put it otherwise.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So, as you told yesterday, we have some activity. As you may be knowing that from Odisha coast, we are testing some of the flight vehicles. So, for this, I will just share few of my experience how we have graduated into this AI ML from our perspective, and what are the research with some collaboration with some other DRDO labs that we are doing. There are plenty of other directions that already my fellow panelist has touched down. So when we have started using that, at that time it was not called AI, but long back we have some decision assisting system. That is basically based on some expert system with some logic to assist that when to terminate any flight vehicles based on some sensor parameters available, if it is crossing some safety boundaries or not. From that, we have developed with some ISI collaboration, ISI Kolkata collaboration, some expert systems. That is the starting point of our AI venture. Later on, when after this invention of this GPUs and all, and when we got these results, because everything in our scenario is basically based on the real-time application. Initially, during the early 2000s and all, these AI things were there, this neural network computing, but we are not getting this real-time decision making or this assisting of AI to our conventional processing kind of things. But after this invention of GPUs and these platforms are well accelerated platforms are available, then we have utilized AI in some of the applications like that modeling of different atmospheric conditions, like detection of fault, detection of fog and removal of fog using some AI based application. And one of the interesting challenges for us is that to discrimination of different aerial target, like there are some drones, there are some birds, there are some aircrafts. So we have jointly developed some algorithms using AI based on specially detection of these drones and other things are very difficult using radars and other microwave stations. So we have to depend on visual aid like the infrared imagery, and for infrared it is only detecting the thermal signature. So discriminate a bird from a drone and an aircraft, the signature analysis, and a main challenge for us was that availability of the data in most of the defense sectors in this scenario, because we are not, this, especially with you also, if you are joining any industry also, this availability of this confidential data to our defense sectors is also still now that is one of the major challenges, sir. Especially with our one of the sister lab, IRD is also looking for data for us, because we have a plenty of data as we are a test range. We are testing different flight vehicles, and these data can be used. But with a that is one of the things that these researchers is looking for. And another thing, as Deepak has already told, this platform, that's computational power with these GPUs, TPUs or NPUs are coming, and we have to utilize that. But these are also very power hungry, and sometimes we may not require we may not utilize its full power capability, where suppose it has to be deployed in the field. So edge computing is another important direction of this research, where there may be a low footprint AI model can be ported into some field deployed sensors itself and take a decision and back to us. That is another direction, sir. And third point I want to highlight is the ethical concern. That is basically, I want to just highlight in recent this Israel-Palestine war, Israel has used a AI tool to detect basically the suspected terrorist that is called Lavender. So they have around 10% of error rate of detecting people, and that has caused around 37,000 innocent Palestinians' lives. So that consequence also we have to address. So as this panel may converse that still now or whatever we are investigating in the future also, this AI cannot be independently left alone to take all these critical decisions. As Major General Pari also told, that this human and AI combination, and especially this critical decision, how we can segregate AI is still at that stage, it will only assist to take the decision. It will analyze the big data which is not possible by human or conventional methods, but the critical decision is for ours. And for these youngsters, as Dr. Panigrahi told, that the future direction will be these different, there are plenty of algorithms and other models are available. Where to use that, what platform will choose, how to optimize that, how to generate a new fine-tuning or segregating some portion from that. That may be the future goal. With quantum and other things like generative models and agentic AI, every day new models are coming. So you have to be adaptive, your brain has to work how to choose that particular AI model which will suit your application. That is from my side.
Sir, I have one point to add, if you may allow.
Please.
Yeah. As Dr. Roy was saying, the ethical parts. So one more point is that science is always good, because when the scientists actually invent something, now how it is used is a factor. So now when E equal to mc square were actually created by Einstein, but then when atom bomb was created, he said, what have I done? So now AI is a great thing, but now when we see that this particular AI is used as a deep fake, then we also feel pain. So that is one more concern, that we should understand the youngster that AI should be used for the constructive purpose only, not for the bad intention.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think we took very less time compared to 7 minutes each. So I have some privilege of taking some more time. I felt that it will be better for me to stand and speak because it's right.
Well, good morning, everybody. Again, why I stand? Because the light was creating some trouble to me. Do you all have a network? Yes. What the network you have? Yes. Your network, campus network, lab network. Do you have a network here? All of you have a fantastic network. TPU, CPU, GPU, everything is here. 2 to the power 18 neurons, n into n minus synapse and dendrites. A highly best computing power you have. But you know, you are at your matured stage, you are using only 10% of your brain. Only the frontal cortex part, those who are right, left brain you are using, those who are left, right brain you are using. You are not at all using some part of your brain which is lying dormant. There are so many deep structure in your brain, you are not using itself. So normal intelligence you are not using. You tell today, tomorrow there is an exam, an AI, you will go to your hostel rooms and mug everything, will go and vomit and you will get a 90%, pakka. Okay, because you are being faced with your situation, immediately go and cram. So your associate memory will start working. Therefore, our mind, which is a complex network of 2 to the power 18, we are not using many part of our brain, telencephalon, occipital brain, and some pons inside, which makes you more intelligent. You are only surviving. मुझे 80% mark मिलना है. I'll beat the campus and get a job. And morning you told, there was a sir had talk also that there will be a job loss. No, there will not be a job loss. Okay, I am sure your futures are bright. I'll tell you why. It is not bright that you go and sleep in your room and you dream you will get a job. No. Isn't it? At this stage you have to dream big. Dreaming small is a crime. So, how do you dream big? This mind, which is something, we are talking about neural network. Neural network is a gross approximation of our true neural network. Why? Because each one you must be training a neural network for a particular subject. Suppose you made a classification for image from spurious image. Will it work for any other domain? No. If you make a neural network trained for classification of water body, will it work for vegetation? No. So it's highly data centric. Are you like that? You can do many things. Therefore, the neural network of today is domain specific, highly specific to particular domain, and it has very less capability. That to some 10 hidden layers you are computing with the data and doing. Earlier we were doing programming. I'm quick sort, bubble sort, radix sort, isn't it? We were cramming the algorithm, come and put in the exam, getting the marks. Next generation came, they told, let us not do program. No object-oriented programming. Give me data, I'll generate the program. That is what is going on. So when you are getting the data and doing the machine learning, you are losing many things which otherwise you would not have lost. What you are losing, if suppose you are identifying what the next cloud pattern is, you are taking the data for a long time and classifying it and telling us what the cloud pattern is. But what you are missing is the physics part of it. Neural network also was started by physicists only, mathematicians, isn't it? So we are not inspired. You all know physics, mathematics, chemistry, everything. And neural network is a conglomeration of physics, mathematics, chemistry, everything. And you are losing that. So you should be physics inspired neural network. And your brain is also half solid, half liquid. Mind is not a chala, 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 achala. If you keep your vibrant part of your brain tuned, you will get good jobs. Earlier jobs were software engineering. I was first generation software engineer. My father must have gone for some alliance. The daughter's father told, software engineer is not a job. We know mechanical engineer, those who are making houses, buildings, roads, they are engineers. What is a software engineer? So alliance was, no, software engineer. Now think of it, that was a job that time. Now, if you go and software engineer, IT engineer, they will say nothing doing, no job, or no particular marriage. What is next? Prompt engineer, machine learner. So therefore, old jobs will go away, new jobs will come. And you need to tune your unsettled part of your brain to learn that, readjust that, and the jobs will be of high intense, high paying for a long time, for a short duration. It is not like you are joining in a government job, retiring after 35 years. No, may not be possible. You may be leaving 3-4 companies, but you will get a high paying job for a specific task for a shorter period of time. Therefore, everybody will get employed and new jobs will come like prompt engineer, like mid-journey engineer. There are so many things are coming, new jobs. So the job profile will change. The domains will keep evolving. Therefore, all of you have a safe future and everyone will get employed provided you manage that part of the neural network which is there in your brain and keep tuning it, not cramming it. That is one thing. Second thing, how the AI has evolved over time. I'll quickly go. AI, first, there is something Robota. It was a check play came past Robota. That became robot in 1940. Then 1949, like all here, summer school in Dartmouth, all the psychologists, mathematicians, physicists, everybody sat together. They coined a term AI. Think of it, all of us were in trouble. There are 10 types of AI now we are studying. Isn't it? In 1949, he told AI, the term, John McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence. Now it is a subject in every place in the world. Being taught for 4 years, sometimes 2 more years, sometimes we are doing PhD. Then this AI, where they will use, they had a very thing. Then that robotics was waiting earlier. Robots become the vehicle for AI. They have become intelligent robot. And after that, Arthur Samuel in 1956 told, let us teach the machine. So machine learning came. So to whom they were teaching? They were teaching the robot with AI. Now, here is armed forces, my friends, colleagues, they are working in hard situation. And think of a soldier going and fighting the battle. Definitely he is putting his life at stake. Why he should be? The robot was being invented to take away your repeated work kind of thing. Robot, you are cleaning the house. Broom, why you have to do every day? You are cutting vegetable. Why you have to do that? So robot was being given whatever the repeated work which was being done. So also, why a soldier has to fight often when there is war comes, putting his life at stake, why can't you put this robots with artificial intelligence learning the skill of fight in the battlefield? So intelligent robots has come. So now you have intelligent robots manifesting in land, sea, air, space, cyberspace, and electromagnetic space. The war is right now not only confined between boundaries, two boundaries, land boundaries. It can be land, sea, air, space, deep under sea, and deep under sea. How many of us we can survive? So these intelligent machines are being deployed. High endurance underwater vehicle, high endurance. So all our right now tanks with 90 salvos are completely autonomous. So intelligent autonomous machines has come into being. Now these intelligent autonomous systems are being collaborated together to make a swarm, and they are being deployed. See, earlier families were very close. कोई गेस्ट आया, दूसरे घर में कुछ ये नहीं है, पड़ोस में जाके मांग के ले आओ, सब्जी बनाओ, खिला दो. Okay, that was the deep cooperation was there. A country like ours with about 140 million people, a crore people, can you go when there is a war wages, go and ask somebody, please give me some artillery guns, give me some aeroplanes, give me some tanks? That begging, and with our hostile neighbors, do you think they will give? No. Therefore, these politicians who has given the talk, please stand up India, self-reliant India, make in India, which were actual political slogans, now it's coming reality. Today, with the kind of war happening, we are having weapons made indigenously, which are intelligent, interoperable, integrated together to fight lethally. One example is BrahMos. Now, having said that, BrahMos, if only will work, you now ask, go to, say, somebody who is new here, if I say, please go to other part of here, to the temple, Lingaraj temple, he will not know to navigate there easily. Isn't it? You have to depend upon the GNSS system, the GPS system of America. Think of if we will believing on the GPS system of America, the BrahMos cannot go and land precisely. It may fall into a wheat field. Okay, one of our scientists once in an exhibition was asked, Padma Shri Sivatanu Pillai, everybody had an interest about BrahMos. Even from PAC, some soldiers, some big generals, they came. They asked him, sir, what is this BrahMos you have developed? It's a very supersonic missile, I believe, and very accurate and all thing. He asked. Then he told, yes, it's a supersonic missile, precise, it's a PGM, precision guided missile, everything. He asked, sir, what is the cost? He told, don't worry, you are our neighbor. It's a free delivery item. Long back he had told, you know. I don't know whether he jokingly or thought. He told it's a free delivery item. And that was being delivered. How you can deliver such things so precisely? In using GPS with America, who is now putting 50% tariff? Not possible. Therefore, how do you navigate in a GPS, GNSS denied situation? Is extremely that पूरा पैसा नहीं है, फिर भी कैसे रिसर्च करना है? So therefore, you need to develop a responsible AI which can be put into a system which can do computation which is highly accurate, reliable, and deliver precisely. That is one thing. And now from this large language models has come, they are all reasoning oriented, and tomorrow it will become, I can say you, it is knowledge oriented, and in future the agentic AI which is coming up will be highly motivated to deliver the thing. Therefore, you must concentrate on designing, developing indigenous, motivated, agentic AI for the future to come. Thank you for a patient listening so that I'll go back to my panelist.
We invite questions now.
Yeah, you can ask the question. So I think we can solve some questions from the audience to the panelist. I think they will be answering most of the, specifically you can ask some questions to the particular panelist. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Rajlakshmi Bare. So, my question is, as a student, what roadmap should I follow so that I can join a premier institution like DRDO or CIL as eminent scientists like you?
I think let me put it to Dr. Pradeep Tara.
Can you please repeat what program you wanted, madam? You wanted to know that.
Sir, how to join a premier institution like DRDO or
Okay.
CIL?
So there will be some all India based test like the scientist eligibility test kind of thing. Through that you can join, and there are some campus interview kind of recruitment also. And after your some higher studies also, there are some parallel recruitment things available in the higher grade. So you will be joining at the entry level of scientist B as a scientist, and from there you go onwards. But one thing you have to remember, these AI, ML and all these things are there, but these questions of and your aptitude will be tested on your basic understanding of your basic branch. So that is very, very important, that whether you are studying computer science or electronics, your basic understanding should be there. From there you can build on these advanced technologies and all. Okay. So that is my submission.
Thank you, sir.
Let me add it.
Yes,
Tomorrow in country, there will be an exam known as the GATE. Graduate Aptitude Text Examination. This is the single point entry for any of the BTechs aspiring to join DRDO. You get more than 50 marks, you get a call for set,
Yes,
written and interview.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We are actually running out of time, so we can't take more questions. You would allow me that, sir? Okay.
Well, I think any another couple of questions you can, two are there. Let's take them quickly, please.
Okay, please ask your questions quickly.
Good morning, sir. My name is Muhammad Alman Arshad, and I am studying BTech in this college. I want to ask question about a topic which is on topic of submarines. Have we made any research? Have we made any progress on detecting submarines that are hidden in oceans? Have we made any progress on
What is your
detecting?
name? Sir is asking what is your name?
Muhammad Alman Arshad.
Right. Please be straight. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, we have sonars to actually detect underwater threats, and now we are working on magnetic sensors based things that is much more efficient and precise to identify submarines, and that is having a benefit that that the trail of the submarine also can be detected. So the country is working on that. So if we are successful in developing that, so we will be detecting the submarine. Not only that, we can also identify the path that it has taken, because when it travels through the water, it actually creates a magnetic trail. So the country is working on that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
we
sir.
will end the.
I think
Okay,
one is, ma'am, I'll take one. Yeah, quickly. You can, with high pitch, you can speak. We can listen.
Sir, myself, Arya Abhinav Samal of CSEA. I just wanted to ask a question that DRDO is currently working on two major projects One is Project Kusha for India's own air defense system, and the second one is Project Vishnu for 4 hypersonic glide vehicles. So I just wanted to ask that what is India doing to stop sabotage and specifically any sort of saturation attacks on our air defense system, which can be easily driven on. Basically, if a swarm drone attack is done on our air defense system, what can it do to stop it?
Done. Yeah.
We have labs actually. Here the thing is that we cannot specifically tell the details, but generally we can tell that we have labs working on ECM and ECCM. Electronic warfare. What you are talking about? That the swarm of drone is there and they can be jammed. So now we are working on, the country is working on techniques where the frequency through which the drones communicate is not constant. They will hop. So there are many ways that frequency hopping, direct sequence spectrum. So there are things on which we are trying to counter the attack. So work is going on this particular thing.
And actually, we are using different part of this electromagnetic spectrum, not only in RF also. There are some directed energy weapons and other things which are may not be directly correlated to be direct jamming or those kinds of intrusion.
जब भी drones का swarm of drones आता है, so to get the defense from that, nobody need to attack the swarm of drones. उसका एक mother रहता है जो उनको target करता है, coordinate करता है. It flies, the bird flies some far away and it coordinates everything, gives the TRN file, the terrain files, how these drones will be collaborated. Normally that mother drones is the most critical things. Once that is down, then everything is down.
Sir, my second question is about project. Sir, one last. Sir, my second question is about Project Vishnu, under which DRDO has developed 2 hypersonic missiles. One is Dhwani hypersonic glide vehicle, and the second one is long-range anti-ship missile of 1500 kilometers. Sir, my question is regarding AI/ML. That what are the uses of AI/ML in these kind of sophisticated missile technologies?
Well, AIML plays in designing and developing a kinetic energy weapon of hypersonic in nature. It is being used right from its inception in designing to make it more efficient and make it more accurate and make it precise. So it is not precision guided ammunition. AI is being used. But nevertheless, still there is a doubt about application of AI in these lethal weapons. We design, validate, develop, and sometimes we use it as an alternate. Computing still remain, hardcore computing still remain is the #1 choice in weapon system realization. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. It doesn't look appropriate to cut short such an interesting and engaging session, but we are helpless, sir. Due to paucity of time, we had to do it. I'm sorry about it. We would on other occasion, we would love to listen to you. From the students' interaction, you can imagine how engaging this session has been. Thank you so much. I would now request Principal Trident Academy of Technology to kindly come up on desk to felicitate our panelists. Sir, please. First of all, I'd request the moderator of the session, Dr. Narayan Panigrahi, to kindly come forward so that we can felicitate you with a token of, with a memento as a token of appreciation. A big round of applause for sir. I now request Dr. Pradipta Roy, Scientist G, DRDO, Chandipur, Odisha, to please come forward. I now request Sri Deepak Das, Scientist G, DRDO again from Chandipur, Odisha, to please come forward. Mr. Niladri Bihari Mohanty, Scientist D, NIC, OSC, Bhubaneswar, please come forward. I would request all the panelists to please come forward for a photo session before moving off the desk. Yeah, I request the panelists to move off the desk. Thank you so much. We will now move on to the panel 2. The panel 2 is on AI ML applications in health tech, med tech, and biotech. Students, there is a lot of learning from the sessions. Please have patience, and you get to know how the threat of job loss isn't actually the threat. Just you have to reskill, and it's so interesting. Students, please settle down. We will start the next session. The panel discussion on AI and ML applications in health tech, medtech, and biotech. And for this session, we have as our moderator Can we have silence, please? Can we have a little silence, please, students? Thank you. So for this panel, as the moderator, we have Mr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal, Distinguished Technologist, Infosys, Bhubaneswar. Mr. Agarwal, with over 30 years of experience in information technology, he is a principal product architect at Infosys, specializing in reliability engineering, microservice architecture, and fault-tolerant agile systems. He holds 2 patents, and he has led large engineering teams, established development centers, and driven enterprise-scale transformation programs, ensuring high reliability and resilience across complex enterprise systems. I request Mr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal to kindly come up on dais. Sir, please. A big round of applause for Mr. Agarwal, the Distinguished Technologist, Infosys, Bhubaneswar. I now request Dr. Tripti Swarnakar, Professor and Head Department of MCA, National Institute of Technology, Raipur, to please come up on this. I had the opportunity of interacting with Madam earlier on another occasion. Nice to have you here, Madam. She is a Professor and Head Department of MCA at National Institute of Technology, NIT, Raipur, with over 25 years of experience in computer and engineering. She works extensively on extracting implicit knowledge from large-scale biological data sets using advanced data mining and AI-driven approaches. Welcome, ma'am. Next, I invite Dr. Deepak Ranjan Naik, Assistant Professor, Grade 1, MNIT, Rajasthan, to please come up on dais. Dr. Naik is an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, MNIT Jaipur, with expertise in medical image analysis, computer vision, and machine learning. He is also actively involved in organizing faculty development programs, FDPs, on modern computer vision and AI. Welcome, sir. I now request Professor Satish Panda, Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Bhubaneswar, to please come up on dais. Dr. Panda is an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Bhubaneswar. He has strong capabilities in product development and engineering innovation. He earned his PhD in biomedical medical engineering from National University, Singapore. Welcome on dais. And I now hand over the session to the moderator, Mr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal. Sir, the session is all yours, and that's for 30 minutes. Sorry for cutting it short due to paucity of time. So please keep it to 30 minutes, sir.
Okay, so thank you. I was hoping like we wanted 1 hour. You already made it 30 minutes. Okay, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. That's it. Thank you. So I think some students may know me. I mean, last week I saw one lady was there. Right? So I'm Manoj Agarwal from Infosys. I'm a technologist, and I'm very excited to moderate this panelists of such eminent capabilities. We have Dr. Deepak Naik. I'm the odd man out. Others are all doctorates. Dr. Tripti Swarnakar, She's from RIT Raipur, and Dr. Satish Panda from IT Bhubaneswar. Each of them very distinguished in their fields, in imaging, in medical devices, in digital sciences, etc. I'll let the speakers talk about their work a minute. Then we'll go around building the storyline around medical. Okay, so the topic today we are going to talk about is medicine, application of AI ML in medicine. So before I start that, I'll pass the mic to Dr. Deepak, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you will listen us, right? Because this topic is really a very interesting topic. You all know that, right? So nowadays, how important, and AI is transforming the healthcare domain as well, right? And how important it is for us. So I am Dr. Deepak, working in the Department of Computer Science Engineering as well as Artificial Intelligence and Data Engineering at NIT Jaipur. I do work on medical imaging especially, where we apply obviously cutting edge AI technologies. We used to build models to solve the problems. Earlier, in early days, we were only trying to publish papers, I still remember, right? 2-3 backs. But after attending few conferences like MICAI, I don't know how many of you heard about MICAI, that is the world's best conference in the domain of medical imaging and computer assisted intervention. So the whole idea, मेरा सारे के सारे जो सोच था वो बदल गया. So that means earlier we were only focusing on publishing papers, providing degrees to the students, master degrees, PhDs and all, even BTech students also. But nowadays what we are looking at, even the government is looking at transforming basically the healthcare domain, right? How to perform or how to conduct the translational research, right?
We'll come back
so
to
we'll
your
discuss,
work,
we'll discuss in detail,
Dr.
right?
Tripti.
Good afternoon, students. Yeah, this is the voice as a teacher we would like to hear, and this silence also, so that it will be really good to have an interactive session with you people. So yes, madam has already introduced me, and maybe rest of the introduction will go while the discussion will be there. And I love to work in close collaboration with the medical people. Although we, when we come to the engineering, we think that we are very different from the medical people, and biology, we should leave it. But I feel we are the people who can help the medical people, and that is the reason how the development can take place. So it is very much required to join hand. So with this small introduction, I'll give the mic to our third
Yeah, thank you, madam. I think I like that statement, right? We'll come back to that. Like we can do differences, like doctors think they are movers, but engineers are not back in the rest, right? So yeah, over to you, Satish sir.
So good morning all. I am Dr. Satish Panda from IIT Bhubaneswar. My field of research is basically medical robotics, medical image processing, and AI. With the, when the introduction starts, we'll discuss how we apply AI in different projects, how you can do some image processing. Okay, any questions? We'll discuss further. Okay, so please do. Yeah.
Okay, so like now coming back to the topic, right? So we just had a very extensive and serious discussion on defense, right? So when atom bomb was designed, and Dr. Deepak Das also said, right, you can use a technology as a Vidvanskari approach, or it can be for the well-being of humans, right? So right now from defense, coming back to the well-being of humans, right? That is our motive. So so bandar ke haath mein nariyal, right? So AI ML is that coconut in our hands, how we can utilize it for our benefits, right? So that's where it is. So you look at the ecosystem of medical sciences, the healthcare, human being, right? At the top of the pyramid is the hospitals, the clinics, the deliverable mechanism, how patients and caregivers interact. Now, next, of course, they use the devices. So many devices are there, medtechs, right? So basically your insulin checker, your injection, and your surgical devices, etc., etc. And down below you have your researches, right? Your drug discovery, your whatever you need to get well, right? The medicines and different methodologies, Ayurveda and also stuff, right? So now if you look at this entire ecosystem, it goes in like where AI comes in. So we have distinguished experts in this area. I'll straight away jump to Tripti Madam in trying to, sorry, I'll start with Deepak Sir, right? So I think from the top of the pyramid. So he's the expert on imaging and stuff on digital sciences, right? So I'll let him introduce the topic of digital healthcare, what is happening there, what are the scope for India in that. So over to you, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much. I hope all of you have at least studied machine learning, right? How many of you have studied machine learning? Okay, many of you have studied deep learning. Probably few of them. Have you done any project on deep learning? I'm just asking, I'll take only 20-30 seconds to ask you. Okay, so that means you know how to solve problems, right? Using machine learning. But now we are talking about medical data, right? Again, there are different types of data. Madam will talk about some other kind of data. Sir will talk about some technical problems we face, and there are also certain other things. So I basically focus on imaging part. You all know that the number of medical images generated every day, right? Like CT scan, X-ray. There are even a couple of other images like fundus images, right? Basically used for detecting eye disease and all. And similarly, endoscopy, colonoscopy, different types of images. What is the problem here? We all know that all these models, advanced models, deep learning models, generative AI models, and different types of models are nothing but data hungry models. They always need data here. And mostly we prefer to solve the problem based on supervised learning techniques. That means you always need data input as well as output, right? But in this case, getting output is very, very difficult. That is what is known as annotation. Because doctors are not available all the time for us to annotate the data. So if you are not having annotation, how you will train the model? So that means X is there is no Y with us. So how you will train the data? 4-5 साल पहले की बात करता हूँ मैं 10 साल पहले when I started my PhD, I think in 2014, we went to different hospitals for collection of the data. I was working on brain MRI images. Even I went to several hospitals. मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा कोई भी hospital का यहाँ पे. So when we went to the doctor said, what you will do? We are doing our job, right? डेटा तो हम कभी देंगे ही नहीं, अगर भी देंगे तो उसका अनोटेट कौन करके देगा? आप जाओ उससे पूछ लो जो एमआरआई जो मशीन जो यूज करता है ना, जो बेसिकली जो फोटो खींचता है, आप उसी के पास चले जाओ.
So what is the solution? I think that's
nowadays, of course, the number of images generated, I mean collection of the images has become very easy because you will find X-ray machines even in the rural areas. Even in my village also,
digital X-ray machines,
digital X-ray machines available. No MRI machines, right? Because it is very costly. There are methods nowadays people have developed, right? But still, I would say supervised is the best one. But there are methods like semi-supervised techniques. Have you heard about the semi-supervised techniques where people, let's say you are having 1,000 images, for example, 100 images are annotated and 900 images are not annotated. And you can't escape, you can't ignore those 900 samples.
So can you explain this term annotation you are talking about?
Yeah, annotations means labeling. It's labeling, right?
Okay.
It's a labeling of the data.
All right. Okay.
And if it is a classification task, it is rather easy for the doctors. The doctors must spend 1 minute of time to label one data. But if the task is object detection, lesion detection, segmentation, where you need to find out the boundaries of the tumor, so at that time, it takes minimum 10 to 15 minutes or sometimes half an hour for a doctor to annotate only a single data or a single image. So then how to solve this kind of problem? This is one of the most one of the most important challenge in this domain. And the second one is the generalizability or domain adaptation, right? Generalizability. We always say that our model is working well on the data set it trained on. That means we got a data set, we split the data set into training and testing. What we found that yes, my model is really performing well on this data set. But when it applied on another data set collected from different patient demographics, collected from different regions, collected using different imaging devices, it fails.
So I think the combined mind of the medical practitioners and engineers like
that is
us,
required. That's what
that
Madam
is
was
going to
also
help.
saying, right?
Yeah.
Always we need.
So we'll come back to this. I think you have raised a very nice, a challenge within the industry like we are all facing. So I'll go to Dr. Satish now, and I'll come back to you, madam. Right? So all these X-rays, digital machines, and all that are there, right? Underlying, there's so many devices, and I think you are from mechanical field, so I'm sure you would be researching in that area, right? So how the devices play a role in India? How these small devices, large devices, how they are going to get impacted through AI?
So this particularly the medical device is a very big field of research, particularly in India, because we don't have many Indian companies that are manufacturing these devices. The devices that is coming from outside the country, we usually import those devices. They are pretty expensive. And particularly the software part of this device is very expensive. For a single license, they charge in lakhs.
So pacemaker, just see,
Yeah,
observe
the pacemaker.
cost, yeah.
So now we are trying to say like couple of projects. I'll just give you a couple of examples. So one project we are doing with a hospital where they want to detect cataract. Okay, cataract is a very big problem. People usually get blind because of cataract. So we cannot depend on very expensive devices for cataract detection. We need some very simple, cost-effective solution. So what they proposed is we can use our mobile phone camera. With a mobile phone camera, we capture the image of the eye, and from the image itself, we can say whether the person has cataract or
I
not.
think in Infosys also we have created one similar thing.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll really be interested how it is done actually.
Yeah. So what we do, we just with a simple mobile phone camera, we have an app that captures the image and then it sends to cloud where we have our AI model, and that tells us whether the person has cataract or not. If the person has cataract, so now we can use this one for a mass screening. And suppose say one person is kind of found with cataract, they will be referred to the
So
next
when
level.
to operate, right? So that is a big.
That is the point. That
decision
is what we
point
know.
for
We do not
doctors.
need AI to solve things. We just need AI to screen the patients so that we can say, oh, this patient, out of say 1,000 patients, maybe these 2 patients, they need cataract surgery, just send it to the main
Very
hospital.
nice.
Huh?
Very effective.
So that
I
is-
think it's very pertinent for India, very useful. There are millions of patients in India who's kind of suffering from cataract.
Exactly. So because when we go for a mass screening in a remote or a village location, there we don't have doctors who can do the screening. So just simple technicians are there. They just capture an image. The image is sent. Anything is found positive, then those guys only come to the
All right.
hospital.
So great. So I think we'll touch base on this again as a holistic thing, right? So, madam, we have been talking about application of AI, right? But now the medical science is useless without the medicines, right? Without the research, right? So much goes on. So what is your experience in that field?
Yes, I was just hearing Dr. Deepak and Dr. Satish. So you can just understand that how as a technology people, we can assist the medical people. So as they very rightly told, we are not there to replace the medical people. We are there to assist them. So definitely after screening any of the disease, the very important thing comes is the medicine part. And like most of you might have come across during the COVID, the word, the sequencing you might have heard. There was a variation in the sequence of the disease which
The
was
virus,
there.
yeah.
Yes. So the what we call in our technology is omics data. As Dr. Deepak was talking about that there are different forms of medical data. So I work with the omics data, and that plays a very important role when we think of designing a drug for anything. Because as a human being, we all are made up of some chemicals. And at least being an engineer, somewhere in your schooling, you might have heard about RNA DNAs. It is nothing but it is a combination of ATGC. And that are nothing but they are the chemicals. So you should understand which chemical has to be given for what disease. For that, it is very much required to understand the genomics of our body.
You're talking chemical, but there's a mindset, don't give chemical to humans, it'll cause cancer.
Yeah, it's very correctly, sir has told that do not give the chemicals to the human. It is harmful for our body. I fully agree. We call something what we call docking. Our whole body is made up of certain structures. So as you all know, when we play puzzles, if a right puzzle is being faced with the right one, then it is well structured. That happens when we design the drug also.
Wow.
If the right drug is being fitted with the right chemical of our body, it works well.
So everything is chemical, but the right chemical.
Yes, right chemical.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is what is basically when we talk about the omics data analysis. Because, unless or until we understand the genomics of our data, we cannot design the drug.
Fantastic. I mean, that's very insightful. So thank you, madam, for that.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I think we have gone through the segments, right? So these are the segments that medical industry grapples with on a daily basis. Now let's look at combining them together, right? So what are the innovations? So any ideas, audience, what we can do with it? What innovations? What can be brought about? Sir, you have some views? Yeah, so what are the innovations we can bring about by, what are the new prospects that we can look forward by applying AI ML in these three domains, right? So basically combining the technologies
So
together.
particularly for the screening domain, that is like a pretty big sector now. Like we have millions and millions of patients. Okay, if you go to any hospital, if you go to AIMS, we see a lot of patients. So of course we do some tests, we gather the data. But there is a real shortage of doctors and clinicians who can actually analyze the data and tell you, oh, you have the disease or not. So the main requirement is now you develop some techniques that will do the initial level of screening. At least suppose you have 1,000 patients in your OPD and you do initial screening and you say, okay, maybe out of those 1,000, 10 are like positive. Those kind of tools we need. So we have data, like now we have images, we have the data, we have numbers, a lot of things are there. So we need to develop those models that can automatically analyze those numbers, images, and tell you, oh, you are a positive case. So we are developing a lot of softwares, a lot of startups are also coming nowadays. They are developing the softwares that can do this initial level of screening. That is the biggest challenge and the most needed thing for our country. Yeah.
So Deepak sir, what about the ethics, right? So in this field is very sensitive, right? So as madam also,
I will tell about some of the startups actually in India. If you go to US, you will probably find thousands of the startups and companies, those who are working in this particular field, and 80% of the startups or companies are mostly focusing on radiologists, right? X-ray, CT scan, and MRI. There are very less startups on this endoscopy, like Sarah told, retinal imaging especially, right? In India, if you look at some of the companies like GE Healthcare and Siemens Healthcare, they are like pretty different. They are like global one. But the startups like you might have heard about Niramai. Niramai is a very very famous or popular startup nowadays, right? And that this company is particularly focusing on breast cancer imaging or breast cancer detection based on the thermal imaging, right? But some of the doctors have told that thermal images are not basically, it cannot tell the exact prediction, but at least it can recommend some of the, and it is harmless as well as it is non-touchable. So that is why, what they have done, they have created a van and they are sending their vans to the villages.
Right.
And they are screening, right? Through thermal cameras are very easy and easy to capture the images. And they are now solving the problems. And they have also got some FDA clearance. FDA clearance.
So
and
government regulations become
that's from
important.
US actually.
So in any
This is a very good
devices,
thing.
are you aware of what are the clearances required? How the regulation and other controls come in?
So in India, we have ICMR, and recently ICMR has started a program called Health Technology Assessment. So suppose say you have a new medical technology, you have a new medical device, of course you need to get the clearance from ICMR so that you can commercialize it. So this HTA from ICMR, they are dedicated for this kind of things. Suppose you have a new software, diagnosis software or a device, you can approach HTA and they will literally help you with anything, patent filing to getting the clearances, getting the study done. Because
and is there some kind of a government fund or incentives also?
ICMR nowadays gives a lot of funds for this kind of clinical trials. HTA itself assists with this commercialization process. And ICMR has recently launched something called a patent mitra. So all the patent things they take care of for even they give the funds for the patent filing. So they come up with a complete ecosystem now. Yeah.
I think this is an extremely important information for the students, right? So basically you're researching and you're trying to see how you can get into the industry or get into the entrepreneurship. So whatever sir said, like try to leverage that, So madam, before I conclude, right? So, your area is kind of fraught with a lot of data need, right? Now, let's say we had lots of data available. Theoretically, let's assume, right? Government made some initiatives and made that available. So what would be the biggest problem that we could solve in the Indian context by using your research?
One thing I would just, because I was just hearing other tools. So definitely, if you will talk about the research in medical domain, most of our focus is on the screening. still very less focus is on the genomics level, but on the screening level also, when I was just hearing Dr. Satish, one important factor we should remember is whatever devices, whatever solutions we are giving to the medical setup, the cost of that goes to the patient. So while designing any model or designing any instrument, we should be very cautious that along with the efficiency of the model, it should also be cost effective. It should be something which can be embedded in the current scenario or current hospital setup of India. And that is a very important thing. So it's not only we are giving a very good model, very good prediction, with a very high accuracy, we should take into consideration a very important factor, and that is the reason blindly we should not go into what we call the deep learning, because they are very heavy models. They require a lot of things, as sir was telling, it's a black box also, along with a lot of cost is incurred, hidden cost is incurred. So we should think of something where it is explainable AI. Along with that, you should go for a light models, which can be easily embedded into the hospital setup. And finally, the cost should be reasonable so that patients are not being overburdened.
It's a bomb, right? So
Yes.
the cost can be uncontrolled. So I think that's a very conscious decision we should.
Yes.
So okay, so immense. So our panelists have given their life's worth output to you all, right? And now it's time to conclude, right? So we're reaching our allotted half an hour. So before we conclude, just one question we'll leave with, right? And a quick rapid round to each of you. What do you think? Like, can doctors be replaced by AI? So to you, Deepak sir.
No, never. So when we say that my model is having 90% accuracy, I still remember I am having some collaborations with AIIMS New Delhi and some other hospitals. So when we talk about the accuracy, doctors are not happy with this. Hey, what do you mean by 96% accuracy or 90% accuracy? Is your model really reliable? Reliability means we have to take doctors in the loop. Based on, you see, I mean, have you seen neural network and all? Based on the maximum probability value, we are deciding the class level, right? We are using a softmax function. But sometimes the maximum probability value may be 0.3 or 0.4. That means what? My model is only 40% sure about that particular disease. My model is not sure, right? So that is where actually we need the doctors. The doctor must be in the loop, and that is where we should recommend our model, right? To involve the doctors to solve this problem, because this problem is a very dangerous problem. My model is not sure.
It's a very sensitive issue.
Yes.
Madam.
Yes.
Those who have learned the machine learning, normally machine learning we define in 3 terms: task, performance, and experience. So I believe machines are designed for a specific task. As a human being, we are being designed for multiple tasks. So definitely machines can never replace a human being. So we can't replace, the machines cannot replace the doctors. That is what I believe,
Absolutely.
sir.
I mean, fantastic. Well said. Yeah. I like that. So yeah, so you can conclude.
Maybe
sir.
doctors होते तो बहुत ज़्यादा खुश हो जाते.
So my view is, in the whole world, human brain is the most sophisticated thing. No one can replace, no artificial intelligence can replace it. Artificial intelligence can never replace a doctor, an engineer, or a scientist. Only thing is, it can be an assistive tool. Yes, GPT-like tools can assist you a lot in your work, but they can never replace a human brain. Okay? That is so unique about human brain, it cannot be replaced.
Last message I would like to share with the students, because I am seeing here most of the participants are students. Students, you get normally all the subjects materials now online available, but remember, teachers can never be replaced. Fine? So that is my message to all of you, as every one of us agree that human brain can never be replaced. So whatever materials you get, teachers can never be replaced. So remember that thing.
All right, so big round of applause for the panelists. So before we go off from the dais, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever the coordinators can allocate us. So open for your questions. We have the eminent panelists here. They can share their views on that. So Anybody wants to ask questions? Any comments are welcome. All right. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Binay Raj, and I have a question that does really machine learns, and if yes, does it have impact on humans in this super intelligence era?
So sorry, I think you need to elaborate a bit more. If I understand your question properly, you're saying does machine think and does it cause an impact on humans? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
All right. So maybe.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to answer this question. Have you read the subject machine learning?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So if it is learning word is there, yes, machine is learning. But if you remember, the definition of the machine learning says it is when you are designing a model for a specific task for a given experience E, if its performance improves, we call a machine has learned. And yes, when we are talking about machine learning, we are trying to mimic the human brain. So if as a human being, we are able to learn, machine is also learning. The only difference between us and machine is we are designing the machines for a specific task. And we are having it to assist us, not to replace it, because you know, as a student also, you can just agree with me. If you are trained, your mind is trained for 1 hour class. After 1 hour class, your brain stops working, and you don't receive your teacher's lecture. Yes, do you agree? So we have got certain lacunas. We want one assistant who can work like us and who can think like us. That is the reason we are trying to design machines. And that is happening, you know, when we were kids of your age, we used to remember the numbers, phone numbers of our parents. Now, if I'll ask you, do you remember how many numbers you remember? No, na? Nothing wrong in that. Because, you know, unnecessarily using your brain for remembering the numbers is of no use. If you are having some device, so we need models who can think like us for a specific task, not to replace us. Yes,
AI,
machines are learning.
AI is forcing us to be more imaginative,
Yes,
right? More innovative.
yes, more innovative.
Ma'am, another one, is there any kind of threat to humans?
Yeah, please, sir.
Sir, I am an engineer, but I believe, as Madam said, that doctors and engineers work together to make the system complete. Now, AI and ML, in my opinion, maybe it is already being done, can help create a medicine, particularly for a individual patient. Because now, suppose a patient goes to a doctor, doctor gives a say paracetamol or some different medicine, but AI and ML can be used to create a medicine depending on a patient's data, and that will be really useful for that. So is there any work going on in that particular domain in the country?
Yeah. So yes, there are a lot of work going on actually. This is called the patient-specific drug prescription. So when you see there are a lot of startups, a lot of apps are there. So depending on your medical history, depending on the reports, it suggests a particular medicine. What is the composition and what kind of at what time you should take. So these apps, these technologies now very much customized for individuals. Depending on their history, their records, medical records, the drug can be prescribed now. A lot of apps are now, even commercialized apps are available for those purposes also. Yes.
Sir, I have one more point to mention, if you allow, because I know time is less. Sir, as you said that the doctors are very, very important. They are essential. They cannot be replaced. I totally agree with that. But then we also hear that Elon Musk is trying to implant some chip in the human brain. And then till now we were believing that the doctors, the surgeons, they are actually best for the operation. But then in that case, that particular thing is being done by a robot. So there, that particular case, a Musk is not believing on the doctors, means humans. Musk has given the task to implant that particular chip on a human to a machine. So why is that?
Yeah, I mean, you are, I think, talking about robot surgery, right?
Brain and chip interface, right?
Musk has created a project where
Yes.
he is trying to implant a experimental project to
To be honest, that has failed actually.
Yes. So some chip is being actually implanted on the brain, and that particular procedure is being done by a robot because that has to be very, very precise. So that particular precision level a human may not achieve. So that is what I understand.
I think, see, there are two things to it. We are creating BrahMos, right? So the BrahMos goes and hits Pakistan accurately, right? Nobody could fire a bow and arrow and do that, right? So there are some USPs of the machines. Similarly, here robots do have accuracy because they are pinpointed, they have sharp vision, but they're specialized to do only that, right? So that's what Martin was driving to.
So this brain chip interface thing that they're doing, basically, inserting or connecting a chip with your brain, it's a very complicated process with very fine neurons, to exactly pinpoint, look at the neurons and give the stimulus. So doctors, of course, they can do it, but it will take like hours or days to implant a chip, finding those micro label neurons. So that's why they are using these robots that can actually, work for like 24 hours without any tiredness. Okay, and it can precisely find the neurons and can give the stimulus.
Just to add to it, sir, like when I was doing an Intel project over here, I had one Intel project where two of the companies, they came with their AI model, and we did a dry clinical testing in the sum one. We found that all over in Odisha, there are only 40 number of radiologists. So, and in that 40 also, how many of them are really very experienced? So that matters. So for that reason, to some extent, automation is very much required. To that, so we can't replace, but yes, automation
It's a mix
is
of
required.
it, right? Human have to leverage that capability, but I don't think ever machine will replace
The
it,
work
right?
is still in the initial stage, sir. Surgery is actually the future of AI, right? तो अब surgery हो जाएगा सब कुछ फिर बहुत आगे बढ़ जाएंगे हम. So that is still because we don't have much amount of data. During surgery, we don't record the videos and all. Now people are trying to record the videos, and there are actually several phases of surgery, right? There are different phases. So people are trying to solve the problems phase by phase, and now that new term has come up known as surgical data science, right? So we are talking about different types of data science. So the name is actually surgical data science. So that means people have just started accumulating the data and all. And probably
Biosignals.
after 10, 15 years, you will get some developments in this field, particularly in our country. Right. So unfortunately, we could not, I think, get that.
I think, sorry.
I think there was a panel member initially. I still remember Professor Rengan. He was a surgeon. He's a surgeon, right? So unfortunately, he could not join us. Otherwise, I think I met him just a few months ago. So we had a long discussion, and the doctor is running his own company, Curium Life. So he believes in AI. He's a surgeon. Can you believe? See, he's a surgeon at Apollo Chennai, and he works with me very closely. I'm also advisor to his company. So now the thing is how important AI is, right? We all know that.
Dr. Sushant Sethi is there.
Yeah.
If it's near Kalinga Chowk. If you go, there's a big board. He does gastroenterology, right? He does endoscopy day in, day out. He says my USP is AI-based photography, right? He's putting the camera, the AI is analyzing, and it's giving you the, intestinal vision, so he can diagnose better. So it's a live example there. Go and have a look.
Yeah. I think. Okay, one question, sir.
Yeah, lady, please.
Sir. Hi, panelists. Good afternoon. It was a lovely discussion. I'm Dr. Swati. I'm a biotech researcher. I was keen to know that how multiomics is playing a role in prognostic tool development. So, multiomics, we are applying it to AI, and AI has been used in developing a prognostic tool, and how valid it is in the era of precision medicine and practice of precision medicine these days. Could you please elaborate on this and the ethical regulatory guidelines that India has currently? Thank you, ma'am.
So yes, multiomics is now a very growing field when we talk about the omics data analysis. But the biggest challenge, which because I do work in that, what we face is, although we have got the data, but they are so segregated that for a group of patients, getting the data in the different omics level is very difficult. And it is very correct that if we are really, omics is like the genomics data, which we call the expression data, the sequence data, in the different levels of data are there. So I was talking about ATGC and all those things. So it is something, sir, which helps for the drug discovery. So sir was talking about precision medicine. So precision medicine cannot be just done by the screening level. For that, you have to do the omics level analysis. And it is one form of medical data. We call it genomics data. Transcriptomics level data are there, proteomics level data. So that is what she is talking about, multiomics. So yes, when we are having it, this different data is available for a group of patients, and we are able to apply, because as you are from the wet lab, you very well understand that how much time consuming it is when you do everything in the lab. So if we can bring the AI to this particular part, definitely certain process will become very fast. And that really happened at the time of COVID. And that was one of the reasons a drug was being designed in a very short period. So for drug designing, it's a very long process, sir. It's a very long process, and the amount of data in this level, the omics level, is so huge that we require the deep learning over there. We require a very heavy computation over there. So if that is being done, ma'am, definitely it will be really good. But the biggest challenge when we talk about multi-omics data is we don't have the specific levels of data for a group of patients. We get the different omics data, different types of omic data for one group. But when we talk about that combined one, it's very difficult to get it. So yes, like in few cases we do have, but yes, in that will be really helpful in what sir was talking about in personalized medicine. And for personalized medicine, we require the multi-omics data. Just a single level of omic data is not going to help us in that.
So treating cancer and such.
Yes. And there comes, nowadays, people are talking about CRISPRs. And for CRISPRs also, sir, we need to understand the genomics level of data. And we should understand, because our whole body, every one of us is having a cancer inside our body. Only difference is it does not get activated. Once it gets activated, there is a cancer with us. And that is one of the reasons, although our parents are not having, our environment, our food habit, the way our sleep cycle is going on, everything is affecting and activating those genes inside us. So if we are able to properly, what in their language they call it, bioinformatics, biotechnology people, they call it biomarkers.
So I'll get you summarize the
Yeah.
Right? So last one.
So like biomarkers, if we are able to know and we are able to find out what are the genes responsible for that specific disease, we can go and make an edit over there. And that is what is the CRISPR technology is.
All right. Okay. I think that concludes our session. So thanks. Absolutely enlightening. I have learned such a lot. No. Do you really want to take?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is that in future we can replace the organs that have been damaged by viruses or diseases with 3D printed organs?
Yeah, it's already happening. It's already happening. We have the 3D printed hearts. We have the 3D printed, your eye lens. That is, inside the eye you have the lens. That is also now 3D printed. So it's called bioprinting. It's kind of almost mature now. Still a lot of research going on, but yes, you have hearts, kidneys also now they are doing this printing. Okay, so yes, it's happening. Okay, yeah, already there in the market. Yeah.
Sir, 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 please. Sir, one question only. Sir, I am faculty in CSE. My name is SB Purida. Is the data set mandatory to make the machine learn, or is there any alternative of the data set?
That is a new thing. Like, I recently, the Godfather, Jeffrey Hinton, he came up with this idea. So he said he no longer believes in this particular AI that needs data to learn. The next generation AI will be like, it will interact with the surrounding, like our human brain. We interact with the surrounding, we see, we hear, we understand, then we learn. So the next generation AI is basically will be learning from the environment. It will interact with the environment and gradually it will learn. In that phase, we do not need any more data.
Yeah.
The model or the network will learn on its own by interacting with this surrounding.
Like reinforcement learning, like
reinforcement is one
reinforcement
very good
learning,
example.
right?
Yes.
Data will be there, sir, but it will be in a different form. Because, as a human being also, we learn from our data.
Past
So
experience.
data will be there, but maybe in a different form.
Yeah.
A big round of applause. But before I end, I would like to add some because few days I came across this video a few days back. The Bollywood songwriter, lyricist, the poet Javed Akhtar was once asked that do you feel any threat from AI that it will take away your job? He said, at the moment, no, because AI doesn't have experience that I have. So what is your take on that?
AI has, if you look at the power of AI, now AI is also, creating the music, right? And we all know but deep fakes and all, that is a different aspect. But now AI is creating music actually.
What about
right?
the experience part, sir?
Yeah.
What about the experience part? He said that AI doesn't have experience right now. 20 years hence, I don't know what it will do, but right now it won't.
See, we have lot of data, right? We have already lot of data. There are a lot of songs. There are a lot of, ragas and all.
Yeah.
So now AI is learning from all those data.
So
and now
he does
we
have
can't say that AI will replace it, but in this kind of things, it is very easy to create our own music. If everyone will like, then what is the problem? We are not playing with some, lives here. So it is a music only, right? So, AI can be easily used here.
The songwriter, sir, lyricist.
Yes, it
So
can
it's
also
fine.
create,
Oh
right?
my God.
What's the problem? If you like it, if the audience will like, what is the problem?
So creativity can be creativity can be hijacked.
Just to add to it, ma'am, God has made us to be the most intelligent creature. Unless and until we want the AI to replace us, AI can't replace us.
That's very positive. That gives us hopes, ma'am. Thank you so much for this interesting discussion. And I would now request Abhay sir to please come up on desk to do the honor of felicitating our panelists. Sir, please come up on desk. I request the moderator of session 2, Mr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal, distinguished technologist, Infosys Bhubaneswar, to please come forward so that we can felicitate you with a token of appreciation. A big round of applause for Mr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal. Thank you, sir. Dr. Tripti Swarnakar, Professor, Head, Department of MCA, National Institute of Technology, Raipur. Ma'am, please come forward. Dr. Deepak Ranjan Naik, Assistant Professor, Grade 1, MNIT, Rajasthan. Professor Satish Panda, Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Bhubaneswar. Thank you, sir. A big round of applause for our panelists for this engaging discussion. Sir, please stay back. Abhay sir, please come up so that we can take a pic. Abhay sir, please come up on this. We have to take a pic. I would request all the panelists to please move forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you, panelists. Students, please help the panelists to move off the desk. So they will carry. So we will move to the panel 3. The panel discussion on AI ML applications in energy, climate tech sector. Students, please be quiet. We are moving on to the next session, session 3. Can we have a silence, please? Sorry. Students, be quiet. We will start soon and end soon as well. Else it will take longer. Thank you. So, session 3, the panel discussion on AI and ML applications in energy and climate tech sectors. For this session, As moderator, we have Uttam Naik, Mr. Uttam Naik, Director, Global Business Solution. Sir, I would request you to kindly come up on desk. Mr. Uttam Naik is a Director, Global Business Solutions, and a seasoned leader in SAP consulting for utility industries with over 20 years of experience across power, gas, and water sectors. He is the founder and managing partner of Global Business Solutions and managing director of Utility and Service Private Limited, Hyderabad. His expertise lies in utility digital transformation, SAP, ISU architecture, and enterprise strategy. Welcome, sir. We have as panelists Dr. Deepesh Jain, Scientist D, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. Sir, please come up on desk. Dr. Deepesh Jain holds a master's degree in PhD in climate science from Center of Atmospheric and Oceanic Sciences, IISc Bangalore. He joined IITM Pune in 2018 under the Monsoon Mission Group and subsequently joined NCMR WF MOES in 2019. His major achievements include development of the MMCFS V2 seasonal predictions model, recognized for having one of the highest global scales in predicting Indian monsoon rainfall. Welcome, sir. We have Professor Kiranmai Landu, School of Earth Science and Climate Sciences, IIT Bhubaneswar. I would request Madam to take the stage. She is an associate professor in the School of Earth, Ocean and Climate Sciences, IIT Bhubaneswar, where she has been on the faculty since 2013. Her expertise lies in atmospheric physics, climate dynamics and data-driven analysis with a research focus on monsoons, tropical atmosphere oscillations and humid heat stress. She holds a PhD in atmospheric science from IISc Bangalore as well. It's wonderful to have you here, ma'am. And next we have Mr. Rakesh Kumar Sahu, Associate Director, Accenture. Sir, would you please take your seat on this? Mr. Rakesh Kumar Sahu is a seasoned technology leader with 24 years of experience in IT and data warehousing BI ecosystem. Currently serving as Associate Director at Accenture, he leads technology consulting engagements across cloud platforms, data architecture, visualization, and AI engineering for global clients. Welcome, sir, on desk. So for the discussion on the topic, AI and ML applications in energy and climate tech sectors, I hand over the session to Mr. Uttam Naik. So may I kindly request you to stick to half an hour, including the question answer session. So sorry for this, sir.
First of all, thank you to Trident Group of Institute Management to invite us and to have a discussion on AI/ML applications for power sectors. If we consider the industry, the power sector is the most dynamic, and there is multiple stakeholders in the power sector, starting from generation, distribution, transmission, regulator, customers, and government. Now, along with this conventional energy, we have renewable energies in place. Now, for today's context, we will focus on energy, AI-driven energy system, where climate plays a big role, and we will also cover the sustainability goal number 17 and 13, where governments and entire country is looking for access to all, easy access to all electricity, access to all customers and consumers, clean energy, and reliable energy. Deepesh sir, can we first talk on clean energy?
Well, when you refer to clean energy, it's mostly wind and the hydro, right? Hydro is still clean, right? So, as far as AIML goes, I mean, AIML models are doing really well for solar and wind. But the input to these forecasts, see, forecast is really important for making the prediction for energy, right? And most of the current startups or current industries focusing on next 15 minutes because that's where the highest penalty comes. So kind of all the AIML models are doing really well for next 15 minutes. Even the foundational models developed by big corporations like NVIDIA and Microsoft and the rest, they are doing really well at shorter time scales. But the energy forecast, that depends on the monsoon or the longer time scales. That's where you have the dynamical model, which are not great. So that's where we should focus on. So the basically, if your atmospheric and oceanic sciences are going to play a role in energy forecast, and in the context of Indian region where June, July, August, September, the core monsoon becomes very, very important, I think you have to develop models which are not just short range, but longer range. And that's where you need to combine the foundational physics with the ML models, AI models. So that's where the focus has to be.
So forecasting, energy forecasting for short term, long term, and medium term. So we have to focus on these three parts separately.
Right. So short term, we are doing really good. I mean, you can see that when we make a cyclone forecast for Orissa per se, you are basically doing very good at evacuating people. So next 3 days, you are doing really well. Okay. Extended range, that is 3 to 4 weeks. We are kind of doing good, but the AI models are not yet there. And because of their fundamental deficiencies in that, because I don't know how many of you are familiar with butterfly effects and the error growth, but at 7 plus or 10 plus days, the error growth cannot be distinguished from the signal itself. Like the error growth becomes really large, and the AI models are not able to basically capture those. So again, when you go to extended range and seasonal scales, you have to basically use numerical weather prediction models, but numerical weather prediction models have some physics which is tuned. That's where the AI/ML can be used. So the future is hybrid models.
So which model you suggest?
So again, depends on the time scales at which we are looking at. Currently what we have developed at our place is doing phenomenally well compared to any other center in the world when it comes to seasonal scales. But then we are still talking about a correlation of 0.7 out of 1. If you miss 0.3, that's significantly, that is very significant for energy forecast or agricultural forecast or anything else. So for longer time scales, you have to focus on hybrid models. For shorter time scales, you can focus on the foundational or AI models.
So, sir, what is the probabilistic output P90, P50, and
pardon me?
P90 at P90, what is the error?
When you say P90, that is
probabilistic.
That again depends on the scale at which you are looking at. I mean, when I say 0.7, 0.72 for a seasonal scale, for a shorter time scales, you are getting very good correlation like 0.8, 0.9 as well. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Rakesh sir, can we enlighten something about this forecasting for distribution sector?
Okay, so hey, good afternoon. I know it is lunchtime. People must be hungry, so we'll make it quicker. Let me give one use case, what we have done for one of the industry customers. As Uttam sir was telling, this energy sector is a bit complicated, right? It is having multiple parties involved. There is a generation unit, there is a distribution, there is transmission, then consumption. So one very critical aspect of the energy is you cannot store for longer time. It is not going to be economically viable. You have to generate and you have to consume. You can store, of course, there are capacitors, warehouses through which you can store, but it is not economically viable to store the energy. And sir was asking about how the distribution we can do the forecasting, right? So I'm coming to that because I need to tell you that aspect. Now, there is some more stakeholders which are getting involved. Now there are renewable energies. Unlike the traditional energy generations like hydro or thermal and all, or nuclear, there are now solar, and the government is giving lot of incentive to install even the rooftop solar so that you can have solar feedback into your grid. And the challenge is that when there are many providers or generations happening from multiple parties, the consumption happen where there are cheapest available sources. Right? If my solar is cheaper, I would go for solar and consume first, than going for a thermal which is giving me more costly energy units. So when there are multiple generations happening and coming into the distribution network, that is where your forecasting about your consumption makes a lot of sense. And that is where the smart grid solutions we are developing, which cannot 100% accurately predict what is going to be your forecast for the consumptions, but at least it can predict to a much more accuracy than doing the manual routing or distributing the energy.
Yeah, absolutely fine. So what you say is like when we do a forecasting for a distribution sector with a day ahead schedules, and then even we forecast, we see there is a result that my forecast fails.
Yeah, it can happen.
It can happen.
Yes.
So reason of failure, can you please enlighten?
There may be multiple reasons for the
So
failure.
for Indian utility sectors, the first need is the digital topology, network topology should be in place.
Correct.
And all other instrument sensors should be integrated.
Correct.
And it should be in a proper place where from this AI can be developed.
Yes.
So basically we need to have a digital twin in place.
Correct.
Before AI.
Correct.
So
And we are still adapting to that.
we are
because,
still adapting that. So energy sectors in India, we need, it will take time to mature AI ML applications for energy sector. It will take some time, and even if the question here is that in the medical sectors, if AI fails in power sectors, can utility system survive?
Sir, question again. Sorry, I missed
See,
it.
if AI fails in prediction,
Yeah. Yes.
can utility system survive?
Utility sector is not that critical like medical sector, but it will have also congestions and failures, right? For example, there are now sensors across, not only when you look at the consumers, smart meters are getting installed, but that is not enough. The grid failure can happen at any place, right? And for that, we need a network of sensors and IoT devices which will capture the data. If there is a failure in the wires, there is a failure in the transformer, there is a failure in the circuits, which can identify proactively based on the data which is sensing. If that system is robust, I think this distribution network also will be able to accurately predict if we collect the more amount of data.
Correct. So, distribution sectors network is having another Indian utility sectors having another problem of parallel feeding.
Yes.
It's not a straightforward feeding, it's a parallel feeding. So when you talk about ATC loss, so we want to reduce the ATC loss by 3%.
Yes.
Now it is 16% in India. Want to reduce it by 3% by implementing AI. So when we do that activity, we see that, in AI prediction says that ATC loss can be reduced.
Yes.
But sometimes the error is happening because of this parallel feeding and back feeding.
Correct.
So, coming to Madam now. So, Madam, this typically for Odisha, cyclone, heat waves, and then cooling loads because of AC and because of these heat waves, how it will affect the utility sectors?
So the power distribution, one of the major consumption where power is consumed, from what I understand, is from heating and cooling throughout the world. So especially where places like here, where the extremes are quite high, heat and cold extremes. So if we can have an estimation, more or less accurate estimation, so next season is going to be more than normal hot or less than normal, or there are going to be long duration heat waves continuing for a longer time. So if we can get such kind of prediction, that will definitely help reasonable estimation of probable power consumption for the season, or depending on how much.
So back to Deepak sir, said this uncertainty of heat and this weather, how this can be managed?
Well, there's no simple answer to that, actually. I mean, managing uncertainty is where the future lies. I'll suggest all the students to actually focus on building the risks, like risk engines for defining the uncertainty. That's where you have the future. I mean, there's quite a lot of literature on defining the uncertainty and the predictability, but it is still an unsolved problem. AI models have not been able to replicate the uncertainty things. So
Rakesh sir, by using what techniques distribution sectors can manage this heat waves and this cooling load and heat waves part?
What you mean the technologies or
Technology.
how AI?
No, technology and then AI.
I didn't. Can you please elaborate a little bit more?
See, suddenly this, during this evening time or during the afternoon time, the temperature rises.
Correct.
And ACs get on.
Correct.
Which creates a load, peak load in the system.
Correct.
Now, how this peak load can be managed in the?
See, sir, the main place where AI can help is appropriately predicting what is the load, the seasonal load, right? Or during the day peak load and off time load. That we are not able to manage right now pretty well because we don't have the smart grid solutions implemented in the distribution network. I think we require the infrastructure for managing that heat. But at the same time, AI/ML can help you in predicting what is the load based on the seasonality of your energy consumptions, right?
Correct. So we need to wait for that.
Yeah. So AI/ML cannot solve all the problems unless otherwise you have infrastructure ready. See, the ChatGPT became popular when the LLMs were started building. and we had the transformer model came into picture. So unless otherwise we have sensors and data collection proper, AI/ML can be helpless. Once the infrastructure is ready, we'll be able to do many things. Right now, there is a power failure which is happening because of the transformer outage, for example. And that transformer outage can be detected early, and we can do the predictive maintenance early if we have a ML model applied to it. But we need to have an infrastructure which should collect the data, right? So that has to be in the place.
See, Indian utility sectors, at least the utility organizations, they just simply expand.
Yes.
They don't expand with the planning.
Correct.
And planning and operation works separately.
Correct.
So basically, we need to have a conglomeration of planning and operation.
Absolutely.
So, and we need to have a simulation first.
Correct.
And we need to have a what if analysis, stress analysis, final stress with extreme.
That is not done.
That is not done. So when I was talking to Mr. Samal related to my topic to discuss on this power system, sir, we need to have a digital twin first in place, and then we should implement AI/ML for Indian power sectors. See, government is promoting to have wind power, solar power, and everybody is putting solar rooftop and other things, and doing net gridding, net metering, pushing energy to the infrastructure. Is my infrastructure ready to take that load?
Sir, I will give you one more example which is not related to the energy sector. I was just watching a documentary a couple of days back, 1920 Titanic crash. So there are a lot of explorations has gone below the sea. Submarines have gone, taken photographs and all. And they were not able to figure out how the crash happened. Recently, they had an expedition which went and took all the video imagery and photo imagery, and that has created a virtual digital twin. And now nobody has to go in the submarine and take photographs. And they can do the study from being on the floor with the digital twin. So definitely, digital twin can help us simulate not only the distribution sector, but also different other sectors as well. But that needs investment and cost for doing that. In India, we are taking that leap, but it is still going to take time because it needs a huge amount of investment to do that, right?
Yeah, I will just share my experience. In 2002-03, I have worked with Ministry of Power as a consultant for NTPC and PGCIL for RAPDRP program for Network Information Management System. You know, the path. Worked with Mr. Suresh Prabhu, the Ministry of Power that time. See, he understood all these things and he wanted to implement. So first thing which has came in picture is in Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, in 2003, I was an employee of Siemens. So we studied one network. One 11 kV feeder was 110 kilometer long in an industrial area. One industrial feeder is 110 kilometer long in length. It starts from here and then it ends nearby. Just this path. And voltage level at the end of the feeder is just 70% lower than the initial voltage level. So you can understand the network. Then we worked for this automated meter reading, then AMI infrastructures. In some of the states, this AMI is banned now. Smart meter is banned now. So where we are leading? We are leading nowhere. Tata Power, I worked as a consultant for Tata Power also. Tata Power is increasing renewable solar every day. Now it is 35,000 megawatt renewable energy capacity of Tata Power. So many dynamics in the system. So this related to this cooling and this heat. Earlier the technology was wire. Now the technology wire is not that intelligent. Now they are talking about VO. So it was reactive energy, control reactive energy. Now online tap changer. So transformer tap changer, which was manually operated. Now we using AI, we can operate automation. We can OLTC can change the tap automatically, so that load can be reduced. We can detect and load can be reduced. This is what the technology trend is going on.
Sir, one thing which I just want to add. See, when we talk about machine learning, we always talk about predicting or forecasting. And of course, we have own challenges within India. I have seen outside where they do it pretty well with respect to forecasting, because they have those smart metering concept. But we are not that bad. Okay. Machine learning is not only about forecasting. Okay. It is a field of AI, and AI has a lot of things to contribute. For example, the robot which cleans our home every day is a implementation of AI. I was seeing some news sometime back where there is a huge solar farm, right, with lot of photovoltaic cells, which is very, very difficult to clean manually. You cannot spray the water and clean manually. Large solar farms set up in Gujarat. How do you clean it? There is an automated robot which cleans, and it takes almost 6 to 7 hours. And if you don't clean those solar panels, the efficiency will go down.
Yeah, irradiance will go down.
Absolutely. So there are different ways where we can implement AI.
So in overseas, for such large scale mega solar project, they fly a drone with a thermal camera, which detects like where all, this spots, the spots where the pollutants and then dust are gathered.
Right.
And accordingly, they plan the robots to clean. So that's the integrated view.
Yes.
Of increasing the efficiency of solar.
Correct.
Sir, I think I talked much about power industry. You please talk something about the climate and its influence.
So I will probably connect to what you're saying, right? You talked about heat waves and cooling down. Now imagine a system where you build a digital twin for the grid, power grid. And now you have a heat wave coming in here in Bhubaneswar. And you have everyone using air conditioners. So your power load increased. Now, what is the indirect effect of using AC is there's a lot of heating locally, right? So locally you are heating this. This is very near to the coast. So you have this AC interaction going in, right?
Correct.
So whether this feedbacks into heating more or cooling more. So when you build a digital twin here, you have to have a digital twin of the atmosphere as well, which talks in the real time and feedbacks what is going to happen, right? So these are not very simplistic digital twins. Building a digital twin for a single component of a bigger system is much easier. But when you start the systems interacting with each other, that's where it becomes very difficult. That's where you say multi-agentic system and everything else. But at certain point of time, you need to understand that physical laws are laws. And those need to be followed, those need to be conserved. And that's where, when I say hybrid models, that's where you have to basically come in. So good that you are building digital twins. build it, but know the limitations and build accordingly. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So, madam,
Yeah, so to add to the what Dipesh sir has said, so we use AI in climate science in multiple ways. One is like this, as you said, digital twins we are creating to understand how the weather, pollution, flooding is going to happen within a city, for example. So if, for example, forecast says it's going to rain next 2 days, and we know how much is the amount, we can from certain models, both physics based as well as AI models, predict which roads are going to be flooded and which roads are going, you can take as an alternative route. And then if there is a source of pollutant, which direction it's going to go and accumulate more. And depending on the time of the day or season, we can actually check which may be easier if you have more pollution in that season because the dispersion is more. Whereas in the other season dispersion is less, so if you have small pollution that time you will have more effect of that. So AI we can use, one thing forecasting as he said, other one is to use it for mitigation, use the information to input into the model to mitigate the effect.
absolutely.
And another thing we use it is for actually understanding the process itself, science behind what's happening. So there also we use AI as a tool to, okay, if you are having an extreme event, it's most possibly because of something like this happening. So we use AI models for such kind of understanding purposes also. So,
So
it's kind of
stress testing is very important.
Yeah.
Stress testing with extremes is very important.
Yes. So the prediction of extremes is one thing which needs understanding of why they are happening, and on the other side, how those extremes are going to affect us, whether we can mitigate it. So this is one more thing. And of course, geoengineering is one more thing where it's safe to do AI simulations, scenarios, whether if we change this particular parameter, how the atmosphere is going to react. So that kind of things we don't.
So normally people have an idea if there is a high wind speed, so windmill will generate more energy. So if that is the case, how grid stability will be controlled? So this is the question I have asked when I first seen windmill 15 years back.
I can't answer that. that's going into the non-linearity of the systems now. So
very silly question.
Yeah. No, it's.
I can.
There's no straight answer to it actually. I mean.
Please.
No, that is, say every extreme has repercussions, right? We cannot, if windmills can generate more power during high wind, that means cyclones will generate more power. But cyclones will generate more power because the windmill itself will get destroyed, right, during the cyclones. So everything extreme is.
So basically, if there is a very high speed wind, so in windmill we need to have a control of the rotations, right?
Yeah.
Of the blades.
Right.
So again, it's again environmental intelligence has to be built in the system. Yeah, please. So dear students, if you have anything to ask, please feel free.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Pradhan here. I'm working as a faculty in Trident. So my question is not very to Dipesh and ma'am regarding weather sciences. Regarding the, I would like to congratulate to IITM to give the seasonal forecast in a better way, and the correlation is very high. So that the CFS model is doing great. You cannot hear? I just congratulate to you for the IITM to give the seasonal prediction, monsoon seasonal prediction in a better way than earlier. And recent thing, do you think that this AI will replace the physical model? Number two, is you are going to develop this CFS model again to as a regional model, or it will be work as a global model?
So first coming to whether AI model will completely replace the dynamical models, I don't think that will happen ever. Because what we have tested of all the neural network models, see, basically what happens is they learn from the past. And if you leave them to make a longer prediction in time, they try to basically drift towards the mean. Okay? Mean is not the prediction. It's the variability which is the prediction, right? To get those variabilities, you still have to have current observations, and the drift comes from the physical models. So the future will be wherever you are actually using empirical relationships, not physically based, those will be replaced by the AI ML techniques. But where you have physical laws like conservation of mass, momentum, and energy, there it will always be a physical model. What was your second question? CFS, whether it's going to be a regional model or a global model. CFS always has been a global model, right? CFS is a coupled forecast system model, which is ocean coupled to the atmosphere. So it is by definition a global model. There are regional models being developed, but then regional models are always uses the boundary and initial conditions from global models, because as you know, none of the atmospheric or oceanic processes are disconnected from what is happening in the rest of the world. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dipesh. And
Thank you.
One query only. To ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. I just wanted to ask a question.
Hold the mic close to your mouth.
Yeah, ma'am, the recent things, IIT Bhubaneswar is doing excellent work on AI, and it has been gone through many publications from AI. So the rapid intensification was concerned, and one is the compound event. Those can be really predicted by AI, or it really physical model is also essential. The compound events and the sudden rapid intensification of the cyclones. Those things, two things, can be predicted by AI or physical model also essential.
Okay. So for any AI model to work best, what it needs is training, right? So for training, we need data. So one of the major problem in climate science research right now is availability of data, especially when it comes to extreme events. So we don't have enough on-ground truth to train a model. So because of which, as of now, I would say physical models are very good, at least in short-term range for this kind of extreme event prediction. But hopefully with more data to train the models, we will soon get to know more about cyclone AI prediction reaching as good as physical models. So that is the hope. But as of now, I would say we are still not there with AI because of, especially with extremes, because of this data, lack of data.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to ask a question. In this conclave, we have discussed that AI/ML can be used to counter climate change. And my question is, as we have discussed in this conclave, that US is one of the most prominent countries which operates AI/ML. And the same country has decided to back out from the United Nations Organization of Climate Change. So I just wanted to know your viewpoint on this topic, that what is India planning to do to counter climate change on a personal level without requiring any other?
See, I cannot talk about what US is doing. That's up to them. But what we are doing really great is, if you have heard about India AI, right? That is one of the biggest initiatives that government of India has taken. Then India AI itself is sponsoring a lot of startups. We are basically trying to get the chips manufactured here locally. And I was just talking to the NVIDIA people, right? You say NVIDIA is a US company. And there's basically a Impact AI Summit that's happening in Delhi from 15th to 28th. What they were trying to do is call someone from NVIDIA who is a foreigner. And the problem is, every time they were calling, they were getting a name of an Indian. So I talked to those people. Half of NVIDIA is Indian guys working there. So it's not like most of the global companies are run by Indians. Now, coming back to what government is doing for climate change, we are developing great models for better predictability. So we are doing really great at shorter time scales, longer time scales. There's a virtual center for AIML that is being established at IITM, and I think most of the universities have AIML now. So India is very much into using AIML for improving the predictability and mitigating the climate change things.
Sir, but is it suffice to for India to counter climate change on its own without any certain help?
See, for climate change, if you see the Sustainability Development Goal 13, we are talking about clean energy, reduction of emission, right? Reduction of emissions by changing from conventional energy source to renewable energy source. By 2030, government is trying to achieve at least 80 to 90% of the target to renewable energy. So we are going towards some, how much gigawatt of renewable energy?
How much recover?
Gigawatt.
Oh, I don't remember the figure exactly, but it is.
Yes, India is going to achieve at least the goal 13, the reduction of emission and clean energy. So that objective is whatever is the UNDP climate summit, the resilience of climate, reduction of emissions. India is, targeted towards that to achieve the maximum part. Yes, sir.
I'll give you an example. I don't know, you guys are 20 years old, right? So do you know ozone hole? There was something like that. I mean, 85s, 90, it was the thing. And the countries had to get together to solve it. So if you say only India doing something, will it help? I mean, someone has to take the initiative, right? Someone has to show the way.
Sir, I have one point just to. This is a question or a point, I don't know. I will simply say. Sir, what you are doing as a power and energy sector is really, really important, because without power, nothing will work. Okay. And what you are doing, climate and the weather, that is also very important for us, what we do. Because when we want to do some testing or not, that really depends on how well the prediction is. Okay, so these two things are very, very important. And now we are talking about AI and ML in the country where this can be utilized and all. There is two aspects of this point. One is power grid failure is a very, very devastating thing for the country. So there AI and ML can be utilized to prevent the attacks from the enemy countries. So that is one point. And I am sure country is working for that. And one more point is that, just once, one more point is that, sir, like when we are trying to predict or model environment, we have softwares like Motran, right? That we use. So how well we are able to predict the weather or not, that can also be benefited by the use of AI and ML. And my third point is that since AI and ML needs an enormous amount of power, like Facebook is now making a GPU-based center that demands 5 gigawatt of power. Now our country is actually expanding the use of AI and ML. So where from this amount of power we'll get? Because AI and ML, you need enormous amount of power. That Prometheus needs 5 gigawatt of power. So whether we are doing something for that, because without power we cannot.
You are absolutely fine. So commercialization and urbanizations, big malls and data centers are coming sprawling everywhere in the country. So it needs another huge amount of energy. So for that only, we are moving towards the renewable energy. We are no more going towards the conventional energy. So conventional energy sources like, thermal plant, those will be supporting as and when required. So if you look at Adani Power, if you look at Tata Power, if you look at CSC, they are increasing their renewable capacities. And related to the forecasting, once we have all digital data and once we have the sensor in place and once we have integrated climate data, so grid failure may not happen. May happen. So this grid failure is happening because of sudden load, not of enemy country's intrusion or anything. It is happening because of sudden load. So if you see, that's what in the beginning I told, there are so many stakeholders, regional load dispatch centers and state load dispatch centers. You have any idea how it works? All generating company and discom companies, they give their demand to the generating company 1 day ahead. Day ahead schedules are given. So accordingly, the generating company governs the generation and supplies. That's how it works. So grid failure will not happen once we have all this integrated system in place. Now, related to the climate-related questions, what you have asked, Dipesh sir can answer well.
So you asked Fortran, we basically use for making weather predictions, right? So if I had to give you an example, for a seasonal forecast, we are using 1 petabyte machine at full load for at least 60 hours to make a one seasonal prediction using Fortran-based normal codes or even C++, C, right? If I had to basically use AI/ML models for that, just for that, yes, the initial load of training the model will be quite high. But then once the model is trained, the inferencing takes only few minutes. And that's where you start getting the power advantage. So the training, yes, it does require a lot of GPUs, manpower, as well as load. But once you have the models which are reasonably good, the load is really low.
I'll just add to that. See, we are talking about the power consumption because there are multiple data centers. We are talking about multiple models getting trained. So we are just generalizing the fact that we have the only thing which you have to do is train the model, right? And create the model. It is not that way. So the training the model is of course a crucial part of the AI and ML journey. But once the model is trained, we have to infer it out of it, right? So we don't need a compute power for that. Second thing about the power consumption, correct? Earlier, every company, even the institutes, used to have their own data centers. They used to have their own data centers, own servers, own ACs, own lighting. Everything which was required for the data centers was there. It was all distributed. Now with the invent of the cloud computing, a centralized data center is getting created by most of the cloud providers. And many of them are subscribing to that. So think about it. If everybody will say that I will generate my power at my home, it is a huge investment on individual side, and it is not going to be economical as well, right? Same concept, right? If you have a centralized data center created by the cloud providers and everybody is using as pay as you go, like electricity or water, then there is a huge benefit we are getting out of those data centers, right? Hope it makes sense, right?
Thank you, sir, for clearing all the doubts and answering.
Any
all
more
the
question from audience? Yeah, please. Sorry, madam.
Thank you so much, panelists. I would now request Principal Trident Academy of Technology to please come up on desk to felicitate our panelists with a token of appreciation in the form of memento. I would request moderator of the panel, Mr. Uttam Naik, Director Global Business Solution, to please come forward. A big round of applause for sir. Dr. Dipesh Jain, Scientist D, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. Professor Kiranmai Landu, School of Earth, Ocean and Climate Sciences, IIT Bhubaneswar. Mr. Rakesh Kumar Sahu, Associate Director, Accenture. Okay. So please stay back. I would request all the panelists to please come forward for a pic. Thank you, panelists. And it was indeed a very educative and informative discussion on a very important topic. Thank you so much.